Ready? We are ready.
Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors for our April 24th, 2007 Board of Supervisors meeting. Roberta, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Long. Here. Supervisor Foy. Here. Supervisor Bennett.
Here.
Supervisor Flynn. Here. And Supervisor Parks.
Here. Thank you. And this morning we had the pleasure of having Harriet Weigel here with our Wixel with our Disabilities Ministries. Thank you for coming this morning. It's not always nice to see you.
It's always such a pleasure to be here. And I'm winging it this morning. The last time I was here was a little bit difficult. It was right after my son had been killed. And about a month ago in the mail, I received a packet from all of you with a beautiful gift inside. I had lost 3 family members, and you had adjourned the meeting, and then you sent me this resolution or proclamation for each one of them. And I was so touched by that. One was for my brother, one was for my brother-in-law, and one was for my child, my youngest son. They were sent to the appropriate loved ones, the wife of the fighter pilot, the young child of the ham radio operator, and the widow of my son. And I thought, you know, the Board of Supervisors has become my family. My encouragement and my strength has come from them in so many ways, and it has. And I thought, the next time I go in will be very special, and it is special. It's my son's birthday, the one that was killed. And so in my heart, I'm thinking, what would Michael say? So this morning, Billy and I put on my son Michael's shaving lotion behind our ears. We dabbed it so that when I turn my head, I can smell that. And when I look at your faces and I think about you, I know that Michael would say, Mama, they're a family. They're a family. And family is an extremely important, good thing. You will not always get along. You will not always agree. But you will defend each other to the death. That's important. Family of the community is just as important as your natural family. What you're doing here, every time that you come in, is making this world, this Ventura County, a better place. I read through your agenda for the day. Steve, insurance for the uninsured is critical. It's so important. I've gone through that. I've had the surgery. I've laid for 3 days because I had no insurance. I laid for 3 days before they could run the tests because I couldn't afford them. I came so close to dying. I'm so thrilled you're doing that. The child abuse issue, I get so many calls on that, and knowing that you're involved in that. Mental health issues. Kathy Long, I've watched her for so long, and her involvement in that area is tremendous. John is my warrior. He doesn't do a lot of bragging about the things that I see him do, but they're there. All of you. And Linda Parks, I want to take her home with me. I want to take her out into the community of Oxnard and Ventura and show her what I see. I want to take her down to where the people with disabilities are and the seminarians are and show her the elderly people that are hand feeding them and wiping their faces and being there. You're my family. You're my family. Each one of you has a special calling in life, and you're fulfilling it, and God bless you for doing that. It's not an easy thing. Do it with pride. Never be too proud to be humble, and always listen to that inner voice. It's not just coming from your mind, it's coming from another place. In 1 Corinthians, we're told by Paul to watch. Stand fast in the faith. Be brave. Be strong. That's my word for the day. Watch. Listen. Understand. Be brave, because you're going to get hit sooner or later. It always happens. And that all that you do be done with love. Whether it's love for your family, love for your community, or love for your brothers and sisters on this board. Temper it with kindness. Be the people that you were created to be. You are so, so loved and so blessed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another who wants to speak about moments of affirmation, Geraldine Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Geraldine Williams. Oh, Lord, I ask that you soften the heart of Linda Parks this morning, for she's being evicted from her office in Thousand Oaks, and that I have completed so much homework on the agenda this morning that I'm giving up my First Amendment rights under public communication, and may she afford me a little time to address those items. Amen.
All right. Our next item on our agenda is their Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Foy, would you like to lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to continue the minutes?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, we'll continue that to our next meeting in May. Our next item is agenda review. And Mr. Johnson, do you have any changes?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, there are 4 adjustments to the agenda. Item number 26 says revised board. Roberta, does that mean a revised board letter? Yes, okay, a revised board letter. Item 36, you received additional materials from Supervisors Flynn and Foy. Item number 38, there's a revised board letter and language in the MOU. And item number 41, received a letter from a member of the public. All of these materials were distributed.
Thank you. Other than those changes, does the board have any requests to change any of these items on our agenda?
I did see the materials this morning on my dais from Supervisor Foy on item 36, but not Supervisor Flynn. There was some written materials submitted. I haven't seen them, but I've tried to shuffle through things.
Okay. Okay, so we'll note that we have both from Supervisor Flynn and Supervisor Foy regarding item 36. Not hearing any other changes requested on the our agenda. Do I have a motion to accept it as amended? Motion. And a second on that too? Second. Thank you. Seeing no objection, then it stands as amended by suggested by Mr. Johnston. The next item on our agenda are our consent agenda items 10 through 15. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we can approve them, Mr. Williams has a card, I believe, on item, was it 14?
Oh, 14, I'm sorry. Okay.
You have 4 minutes and 29 seconds.
I just wanted to report to the board that I reviewed these numbers, and this month more money came in than went out. So it's just the opposite the last time I reported. Thank you.
Okay, you're down to 4 minutes and 17 seconds. All right, we do entertain a motion for the consent items.
Can
now.
I ask a question on one of them?
Sure,
real quick,
Supervisor Foy has a question on one?
Yeah. On number 10, Paul, I was just, oh, somebody's going to answer that.
GSA.
GSA is going to answer. Anyway, I just had a question. It looks like we looked at these records that we're storing in one of these contracts that we're doing. I was just curious. Looks like we're going up to, we're over $400,000 probably now, maybe going closer to $500,000 for record storage. I was wondering, are we doing anything else to try to minimize that cost as technology's coming in, the ability to scan and not do these in bulk anymore? I don't know if that's something that's happening. We're going down the line with that. So,
Would you like to hold that off until staff can respond?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll
Go
wait.
ahead and approve all the items other than item 14?
yeah, we can go approve.
Sorry,
I was
item
just
10.
a question on what they, we
Okay.
can approve it. I was just a question. What,
So we can get that information back to us on what we can do to reduce those costs. All right, we do then have a motion on those consent agenda items 10 through 15. Is there an objection? We have a second and no objection. Then we'll go ahead and call those approved. And now we'll go on to our next item on the agenda, which is our public comments. And Mr. Williams, would you like to come up and give us your public comments?
Geraldine Williams, a 61-year resident, so I take it you're not going to allow me some time to speak to those other items, so I got to use up all of my time. I can't waste it. The State Attorney General, in opinion number 97-1210, says grand jurors can be sued for defamation. Mr. Johnson, will you raise your right hand while I put you under oath? I have contacted the best lawyers in the state of California. In California, it is against the law for any employee to be subjected to any type of slander, libel, or defamation of their character while on the job. Mr. Johnson, are you wrongfully accused of dishonesty, theft, or harassment? Mr. Johnson, does the grand jury spread false gossip about you? Mr. Johnson, did the grand jury issue a libelous report about you? Mr. Johnson, are the lies about you and your job performance stressing you out? Yes, I met with him and he is stressed out.
Did you say stretched out or stressed out?
Give me back those few seconds, please. So, it's grand up jury. We don't have to answer really to anybody. Our report can be irresponsible, untruthful, and written shoddy. I say 19 asses in a corral divided by 12 plus 7, but there is justice from Almighty God of heaven. Grand jury up. Write an incompetent report. I just attended your open house. I heard your actual distorts. Is there a name for 19 asses in a corral? It's a grand up jury. I witnessed their protection of their pals. Grand up jury, I read of the needs for reform. Bullshit howdy. The judge in Santa Barbara said you're not diversity norm. I say I laugh when I hear watchdog of the county. Bullshit howdy. They don't even post an amount for malfeasant bounty. We don't have the answer really to anybody. We can be irresponsible, untruthful, government incompetent, and report shoddy.
Mr. Williams, in the future, it'd be appreciated if you wouldn't use swear words.
Are those First Amendment words?
They may be First Amendment words. They're also the words that would have my mother washing my mouth out with soap. Our next item, we do actually have a couple other comment cards. Our next comment card is Don Hollingsworth, followed by Pat Brown.
Hope everybody read their agendas and will pay attention. The Ventura County has 2 airports, Oxnard and Camarillo. At one time, they were surrounded by county land. They've been annexed with the blessing of the county, in my opinion. When the land south of the Oxnard Airport was annexed, Oxnard never followed through with what they said they would do. They said they'd keep a clear area on 5th Street, they'd build commercial, and the houses would be well south of the airport. They'd build houses, and even at the LAFCO meeting, Mr. Bennett said he had no choice to vote that would allow a school within 1,200 feet of the runway at Oxnard Airport. Presently, they're planning on doing the same thing north of the airport, which is now county land. Again, another school's in that area. And I don't know what's happening to the old high school site, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't plan a high-rise or something there. And hopefully, the county will start doing as they promised when they took the federal funds, and that is to stop improper encroachment upon the airports. At Camarillo Airport, Camarillo is planning, the city of Camarillo is planning to build over 1,300 housing units just north of the freeway, which is just north of the airport. When the taxpayers paid for a study to do the land use around the Camarillo Airport, the consultant said the area up to Spanish Hills should not be developed for residential area. At that meeting, Mr. Little at that time was the city manager, and at that time, the airport director, he threatened him supposedly to sue him if he didn't have the consultant change the line down to the freeway. Now, the city can build a 20-foot high wall from Las Posas Avenue to Central Avenue and keep some of the freeway noise out, but they cannot stop the airplanes flying overhead. It's directly underneath the traffic pattern. Now, again, I think it's way past time that the county starts doing something about protecting the airports as they said they would. There's 2 members up there that are on LAFCO, and LAFCO was originally created years ago because of Oxnard's land grab. And the thing is, it's become known as LAFCO and LAFCO. And the thing is, they do nothing but rubber stamp what comes down the road, and it's just another layer of bureaucracy, in my opinion. So again, I hope you're paying attention. I hope you'll actually do something about it. Some of them you've given some lip service in the past, but it continues the improper encroachment upon the airports. Again, they are valuable county assets. Every one of you have ridden on an airplane real recently, and so airports won't go away. You can buy all the bicycles you want, cars won't go away, and so forth. And so again, I urge you to do what you can to protect those airports as you promised the federal government you would. Any questions?
Thank you for your comments. I know we're oftentimes unable to dictate to the schools where they can and cannot build. We can only make recommendations, and I know the recommendation on the schools next to the airport was a no vote. Our next speaker is Pat Brown, and that's our final public comment speaker.
I agree with his comments. As the public information officer for the Aviation Museum at Camarillo Airport, we've been there for 26 years now, coming up, and we have a very big concern there as well. But what I came here to speak to you today about is the Halico site, because I live in Oxnard. I'm a resident of Oxnard for the last 13 and a half years, and also on the Savers Road design team. And we're very concerned about that Halico site. Helico has been thumbing their nose at the city of Oxnard throughout their whole operation. They had been asked many times to clean up and had just thumbed their nose at the whole thing. They were using the Oxnard Ormond Beach area as a dump site, is basically what they were doing. At request, total denial, total thumbing their nose. So I would request that we urge you to support Kathy Long with her request and put the Helico site on the top priority list for removal of the entire damaged area as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That ends our public comment portion, and we can now go to board comments. Supervisor Long, would you like to begin?
Sure, thank you. I appreciate Mr. Hollingsworth being here. It's been a while since he's come to a board meeting. He attends our airport authority meetings, and he's always been a good voice for our airport operations and the importance of them both for the users and the economic vitality. And I know that Mr. Hollingsworth also knows that the various bodies that oversee the authority have challenges always with what may be layers of bureaucracy, but the land use decisions around them. So I appreciate that you're still in there advocating, Mr. Hollingsworth, and also for Pat. I would ask the board to adjourn in memory of some folks from the 3rd District, but I need to call out 2 specifically. One is Mark Lofbaum. Although a resident of Newberry Park, he was a resident of Camarillo, but I've known him for years in his work with the Camarillo and Selma's Pleasant Valley Lions Club. A young man, just under 50, he passed away after a significant challenge with diabetes. He served as president of the Lions Club and chairman. He was given the highest award, the Melvin Jones Fellowship Award. He was named Lion of the Year in 2004. He was active with Habitat for Humanity, and he was really known for his puppy raising for the guide dogs for the blind, and just a genuine good guy. And the other one on the list is Roy C. Wilson, Jr. of Santa Paula, lifetime resident. He was like his father, Roy C. Wilson Sr., the first licensed architect in Ventura. Roy Jr. was a doer all his life in the community, a long record of commitment and service, member of the Santa Paula High School football team, class of 37, graduate of UCLA with a degree in agronomy, that's agriculture, and very, very supportive of the community. He was the inspiration for the Railroad Community Park in Santa Paula on the corner of 10th and Santa Barbara. And next time you have an opportunity to go, please stop and take a look at the wonderful floating granite ball fountain that Roy commissioned and put into for that community to enjoy. It's just an amazing sculpture, but also a delight to have in that community. He was a significant fundraiser for the Santa Paula Rotary Club, raising $130,000 so they could turn it over to the city to make donations for the park. Just a beloved man in the community, and others on the list. I would ask the board to please adjourn in memory. And I'd like one last comment. I know in our county family that we have many, many county employees who go and do great things in the community outside of their county job. That's really what makes us such a good organization, because we encourage that and support that. One I'd like to call out, I had the pleasure of going to the Art Stars Award celebration on Sunday night at the Pavilion in Port Hueneme, and it was the Ventura County Arts Council Awards celebration. And our own Monica Nolan is the current president of the Ventura County Arts Council, and she just does such an excellent job with that small but mighty group and really promoting the values that we share in our community for art and cultural opportunities for our county residents. And she just does a tremendous amount of work with the board of directors in organizing the yearly event, the celebration of young artists and celebration of county artists in our community. And one of the things in the program that she noted was that our community is a special place, and it is much a stronger community because of the arts and because of the good work of people who care about the arts. So I just wanted to thank Monica for that work and appreciation for her extra duty and appreciation. And that's all I have this morning, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Foy, did you have some comment?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to adjourn with these people on this list, but two of these people I'd like to make a comment on. And one is Jewel Tonkin, who is the aunt of Brian Raffleson, who works in our DA's office, and also the aunt of the young lady that works in my office. It's always tough to lose somebody that close. And then also a young man named Lucas Scott, maybe you've heard about, who had the accident, fell about 20 feet in a place they were remodeling their home. And it's just tragic to lose a young 8-year-old like that. And I just ask you to keep his family in their prayers. That's a hard thing for anybody to do. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett, do you have comments?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. And I'm also happy to report last week we saw in the Ventura County Star a story about Matalaha Dam moving a step closer with the Word bill in the House. We now have the Senate, and we're much earlier in the process. Last time they got through the House and the Senate in late fall and didn't have time to go to conference. This time the Word bill, I think, will get through much sooner, and so in good shape. But what did not get identified was that I'm getting a call, and I'm not supposed to be having that thing on. Excuse me. What didn't get identified, but what I wanted to pass on to the board was we received. We had some question about the letter we received from the Office of Management and Budget about 3 or 4 months ago, and you could read it one way and say it was a really Well, I thought I shut this thing off, and I am sorry, but yeah. There we go. I have to have the kids at my house program this thing so I can shut it off. There was some controversy as to whether that letter from Office of Management and Budget was a negative letter in terms of getting funding for Matalaha Dam or a positive letter. Depending on your point of view, you can interpret it either way. I think our staff, our lobbyist, and my contention was that they had the opportunity to actually block the funding, and they chose not to block the funding. They just said, we don't want to get your hopes up, which is what we believe they say to virtually everybody, because that's what they are, the Office of Management and Budget, to try to discourage that. But I think the evidence is starting to come in. Last week, the Army Corps of Engineers was granted another $1.3 million to move forward with the design phase of Matalaha Dam, and the money that we've already allocated provides the match for that, and that's really good news in terms of indicating that at the federal level there still is strong support for moving forward with Matalaha Dam. So anyway, I wanted to pass that on to the other board members here and ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett. Supervisor Flynn.
Thank you. I ask the board to support adjourning in memory of people on this list. That's all I have.
Thank you. I also don't have much to report other than I went to a fascinating Waterwise breakfast where we just had a presentation on the Sacramento Delta, and that always, is a major issue in our state because it is so threatened really with earthquake or anything that could just end our water supply in Southern California. And it really makes me understand how important it is to have contingency plans in place, because if there is an earthquake, and it doesn't take a big one there to knock out a lot of the levees, which would preclude us from getting our water down here, that we have plans in place, and it could be for many years before they can get it repaired. So something for us to make sure we have contingency plans down here. I also wanted to let the board know that the LAFCO, which was mentioned earlier, did appoint a new executive officer. So Kim Ulick, who is our deputy assistant, is now going to be moving up as our executive officer is going to be retiring. And I think that was an excellent choice, and we're fortunate to have her. And then also this Earth Day weekend that we just had, we had some great events out in Thousand Oaks. We had an Arbor Day Earth Day celebration, and thousands of people came. It was really nice to see, and tree giveaways. We had a one that we did 9 years ago. We gave out 1,000 oaks for Thousand Oaks. That was kind of neat too, and looking forward to seeing all those trees that we've been giving away get planted, and that will help us with climate change issues too. And of course, there was also Scandinavian Day out at Cal Lutheran University. So it was a pretty fun weekend, and the weather cooperated for the most part, so that was all good. I don't have any closing in honors of this morning, and we'll go ahead and move forward to our next.
I'm
Yes.
sorry, Madam Chair.
Sure.
I forgot to mention, we're supposed to mention this at the dais, that we'll be traveling out of the state, going to Washington, D.C. for RDP 21 advocacy work. I believe Supervisor Foy is also.
Right, and we won't be meeting it next week.
Right.
We'll be meeting it 2 weeks from now, so we can have all you here. Okay, we'll go on now into our regular agenda items. And our first agenda item is item 30, and this is our healthcare agency. Mr. Lorenz.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Paul Lorenz with the Healthcare Agency. The first item before your board is an approval of a professional services contract with Dr. Stan Patterson for the operation of the Magnolia Clinic in Oxnard. Dr. Patterson's been with the system since 2001 and has served as Associate Medical Director of the clinic with Dr. Lefkowitz. Dr. Lefkowitz will continue in his capacity as OB Chief for the VCMC system and continue with his work with development of the women's clinic at the Mandalay Bay Clinic. This is a very important opportunity for Dr. Patterson to move forward and to further develop within our system. He has provided strong leadership, and we look forward to working with him.
Thank you. Are there any questions or a motion?
I'd second it and just point out, I think Dr. Patterson's really an impressive doctor for us to be able to have at the clinic, so we're fortunate to have him there. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just to point out that once again, our residency program helps us to grow our own.
Absolutely.
This is excellent, doctor.
And Supervisor Foy?
Yeah, I understand where you come. As I'm reading more of these again, I'm always asking this financial understanding. We have the ability, or we're going to give them a line of credit basically up to $1 million to run this for payroll and all that kind of stuff. A capital advancement, is that what I'm seeing as part of this? It's
That's
part of what
correct.
we do. This is what we do in all these clinics when they start up?
That's correct.
Okay.
What happens is that during the course of operation from month to month, they have a fluctuation in terms of the cash flow, in terms of the receivables.
Right.
And what we do as a county is to support them to meet payroll and their operating expenses.
And then hopefully within that next year, they're going to be in a position where it's up and running and they're good with that. And then we get paid back somehow, this $1 million, or not? Is that just part of our investment, or what do we do?
It is part of our investment. On an annual basis, we reconcile and determine what, in fact, their cash advance was and should be based on the receivables, and that then becomes an operating expense if, in fact, there's a loss to the clinic.
A loss to that clinic.
Right. And that becomes an operating expense to the county system.
Right. And if I may ask the auditor, Christine, do we have some way that we manage that or not, or how we understand where that clinic is going on a regular basis, or what?
Not updated monthly, no. We have the monthly reports from the clinics, but the actual entry is usually done at year end.
Okay. So we haven't. Okay. It sounds like that's pretty typical what we're doing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a motion on this? We do, and a second, no doubt. And there's no objection then? Seeing none, then that is approved. Thank you. And you also are doing 31?
Yes, I am. Thank you. The next item, it's my pleasure to request your approval of a contract with Dr. Christine Johnston for the management and operation of the new Fillmore Clinic, which we expect to come online on June 1st of this year. Dr. Christine Johnston is a very well-established physician in the Fillmore community and surrounding areas. She's been serving the Fillmore communities for 11 years and has an opportunity to work with the healthcare agency to further improve access to our population in the Santa Clara Valley. We look forward to this opportunity working with Christine Johnston. She does come to us with an existing patient base, so fortunately we'll be operating the clinic from day one with a good sense of where we are going to go in the future.
Thank you. Questions, Supervisor Foy?
Yeah, just on this one, it sounds like it's kind of the same thing we just talked about before, except we're buying supplies off her current practice. Is that what we're doing? It says like $15,000 for pharmacy and equipment available from the closure of her private practice. We're picking up some of her things she already had there. Is that what we're doing?
That's correct. Because the Fillmore Clinic is new, we have the opportunity to purchase item at market value that she has, that she would no longer have use for, that we would have use at the new clinic. So those items would then become county property. Right. She also has an inventory of vaccine and other medical supplies that we can also use. Okay. So we purchase those items at market value.
So we've done is there somebody doing a review to make sure we want all the stuff? Because I just see sometimes businesses do that and you end up with stuff you really don't need. I mean, it's not a lot of money, but I understand where you're coming from. Then this $40,000 that we're going to use to pay her tail on her malpractice,
right?
It says we're going to get paid back. Is there a schedule of how we get paid back, or is it just based on if she can pay us back, or what?
No, there is a schedule that shows periodically what she's to make, and if she's to make those payments on time, if not, there are penalties associated with it as well. Okay. So within 3 years, we expect, based on the schedule, we will be paid back those dollars. If there's a termination in the contract, which in our view is unlikely, she's required to pay that amount in full.
She would. Okay. All right. Is there a reason why we're just doing this with her versus we did? I haven't seen this with other doctors. It was just
well, every time we enter into negotiation with a physician, and we look at it from the perspective, what are the benefits to our system? So we have typical negotiations in terms of what we would like to see and the value of our services.
Right. And since she's a doctor of practice, she's going to have this tail issue, as we know.
That's correct.
With her malpractice. Okay, thanks.
Good question, Supervisor Foy. Is there a motion on this?
Madam Chair, I'd move the recommended action, and those were excellent questions. Dr. Christine Johnson is as noted in the report, established in the community, loved and appreciated in the community. For her to agree to join us is really a success, because one of the things we were, in moving into this clinic, into Fillmore, was to speak to our physician community and say we're not there to be a threat, we're there to be a partner, and we're there to complement what you do. And Dr. Johnson looked at us skeptically, but with good negotiations and her love for the community, to be able to stay in the community is excellent. So I think it's a good contract. Move the recommended action.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, then that passes. Thank you for your reports.
Thank you.
Good nabbing of a doctor. Our next item is our healthcare agency. Ms. Shulman.
Good morning, Chair, Park Supervisor Mr. Johnson, Linda Shulman with the Behavioral Health Department, and I am here with our annual MOU, only this time we get to do 2 years, so I won't come back next year for this item, with our agreement with the Ventura County Schools to receive the money that they're funded through the state for our 3632 services, and this is just our annual MOU so that we get the money that they're funded, and it's a ratified because the state sent us everything in March, and then the schools took until April to wrap it up on their end, and here we are.
Great. And any questions or a motion? Supervisor
No question.
Bennett?
I'd be happy to make the motion. I'd point out that in our staff report, it still talks about that the estimate is that the state currently owes the county $10 million for prior year's unpaid SB 90 claims. This SB 90 thing has really been a difficult challenge for us and stuff. But with that, and recognizing that we still are owed a lot of money from the state, and we always are and always will be probably owed that money, I'll move the recommended action.
I'll go ahead and approve that also, but I like to think of it that we will have an opportunity to get that money back. I didn't want to make sure that was part of the second. And seeing no objection, that passes. And Mr. Johnston, you wanted to comment?
Yeah. We are always at a disadvantage since this state gets to make these decisions, but their decision on that particular item is, I believe, a 15-year payback. So it's slow, but it so far has been sure. So
all right, good.
Keep a good thought.
I am. All right, we'll go ahead now and move on to our next item with our Human Services Agency, item 33, reappointing our members of the Workforce Board. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Cheryl Moore. Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board, and Mr. Johnston. I'm here to respond to any questions that you may have on this item.
Second.
Yeah, motion in a couple of seconds. Thank you for coming. I see no objections.
Congratulations on the article, and
Yeah.
Welcome to the challenges.
That does pass. Our next item is with the Auditor Controller, receiving and filing our audit report.
Thank you, Chair Parks, members of the board, CEO Johnston. We're requesting here that you receive and file the single audit report for the year ended June 30th, 2006. And that direction is provided to the clerk to publish the attached notice for public inspection of the single audit report, to receive and file the report to management for the audit, and receive and file the independent accountant's report on the calculations of the appropriation limit, or what we usually call the GAN limit, for the year ended June 30th, 2006, and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions on this? Going once, going twice? Do we have a...
Are you, if I can...
Go ahead.
Are you happy with everything in the audit report? Is there anything?
I'd like to see no findings. We did not have any material weaknesses that
Right.
might impact our financial statement. We do have some findings, and those are reported to you.
Right.
I'd like to see them dealt with.
Okay.
And are they being dealt with?
Yeah, are we... yeah,
Well,
that's
you have the
good.
management responses from those
Right.
departments that are affected, and hopefully that will take care of it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Bennett, your light's on. Do you have a motion or a question?
I'll move the recommended action, and I'm glad to see there are no material weaknesses, but also agree with our auditor control. I'd like to see a report come in with no findings at all. That would be ideal. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a motion. Do we have a second? Thank you. See no objections, then that also passes. Item 35, this is with the County Executive Office, ratification of our contract. Good morning, Ms. Hughes.
Morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. For the record, Sue Hughes, Legislative Analyst, County of Ventura. And today I'm wearing the hat of the co-chair of the Watersheds Coalition of Ventura County. This is what we all know as the Lynn Rodriguez contract. And we're looking for an amendment to extend her contract out to September 30th of 2007. And the reason for the ratification, well, Proposition 84 passed in November, and we just sort of thought that things were going to go along sort of like Proposition 50, but the state is including some extras into the guidelines on some things we have to cover in the Integrated Regional Water Management Plan. So we'll be doing an update of that. So this is to extend her contract to the end of September, which is when the grant funds run out from the Prop 50 planning grant.
Supervisor Flynn?
This is Lynn Rodriguez?
Yes.
And she's not employed by the county?
No, she's under contract.
She has a contract.
Any questions or a comment?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, that passes. She does keep us all in the loop. Yes.
Thank you.
Just have one question more. I sent you and Lynn, I think, an email talking about water conservation.
Correct.
And I'd like to get an answer back.
Okay. I'll double check on those emails. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next item, and we've still got about 7 minutes left or so, is item 36, and this is the adoption of the campaign finance ordinance.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Johnston, Del Tompkins with the County Executive Office.
I think because we have some 9:30 time certains,
I'll go.
I think what we should probably do is hold off on this one until after our time certains. I'm sorry for those in the audience that are here on this too.
I'll second that.
Okay, we'll go instead to Mr. Dursey on our trans. Good morning.
Morning, board members. Paul Dursey, County Executive Office. This is our annual request for cash flow financing. As you know, our first major payment for property taxes comes in December, so we need some cash to hold us through. We're hoping that $160 million will get us by this year. So the cost of issuance we expect to be about $200,000. And right now we're estimating the interest rate between 3.5% and 3.75% right now on our trans. So
We will be back to you, to your board on May 15th with the formal resolution for your board to adopt. It has all the resolution, all the formal data in it. And we plan on selling probably in mid-June, and we'll close on July 2nd.
And just for people who are unfamiliar with this, the trans is the tax revenue anticipation notes. This is something that the county does on an annual basis to cover the period of time before the property taxes come in. Is that pretty much?
That's correct. That's correct.
Summary?
It's to cover all of our expenses. Generally, we don't have enough cash until our first property tax payment comes in December. So,
and this
that's to cover us.
This is the way most counties do it, I understand.
Generally, yes. I think during the real good, robust year, like Santa Clara County and those types of counties didn't even need to borrow trans. We were still borrowing back then, but certain counties didn't even use trans because they were flush. Yeah, they are now. They're back.
Supervisor Flynn, did you have a question?
Just a question on the bond council. Is this a different bond council?
This is the same bond council we've had for like 3 or 4 years, Fulbright and Jaworski. We sent out an RFP.
You sent an RFP out.
Right,
That's
right.
Good. Okay. That's mainly what I wanted to know.
Okay. Do we have a motion on this? Thank you. And a couple of seconds. Seeing no objection, and that passes.
Thank you.
And then we'll go to item 38, and this is our MOA with the justice attorneys. Good morning, Mr. Nicole.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, this is your first reading of the adoption of the Memorandum of Agreement with the Criminal Justice Attorneys Association of Ventura County. It is one of our few one-year agreements. This agreement calls for a 3% increase in base pay in July, another 1%, a 3% increase in January, and a 1% increase in July. This is all based on a market-driven survey, and the parties had some additional time required in order to complete language regarding the appropriate use of a program to reimburse for student loans for employees during their first 12 years of employment. That was applied as a recruitment methodology, and we were finally able to resolve the tax-related and deferred comp-related issues. I'd be happy to answer any other questions you have regarding this agreement.
And we do have a revised board letter on this.
Yes, you do.
Mm-hmm. Are there any questions from the board?
Just to our auditor controller, you've reviewed this and we worked through it. You're comfortable with it?
At this point, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Notice no material impact on funding of the retirement system. And this, of course, is something that the board has already been well apprised of
Right.
during our closed session negotiations.
Move the recommended action.
Motion and a second. Seeing no objections, then that passes. Thank you for the report, Mr. Nicole. And let's then go on to item 39 with our district attorney's office. This is to apply for grant funds from the California Consumer Protection.
That. Yeah, we get out of
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. Members
Good
of
morning.
the board. This is Michael Jump. I'm with the District Attorney's Office. We're asking for authorization to apply for roughly $28,000 for Consumer Protection Trust Funds.
Okay, thank you. You have a motion? And a second. Seeing no objections, that passes. Thank you. The district attorney is always going out there and getting some good grant funds. We have a couple of minutes. How about we try to accommodate our public works staff if they're here? Item 42, are we available for that, or we can just take a quick break? Okay, let's take a couple of minute break, and we'll be back at 9:30 for our 9:30 time certain. Not fast enough, Butch?
She said, "Are you going to give the water?" I said, "Well, no, keep trying to take it."
Four children, ages 2, 4, 6, and 10. All the children were enrolled in their father's at their father's work, covered under his insurance. He was laid off from work. Within a month, all four children are going to be unemployed. Documentation. The 2-year-old and the 4-year-old were eligible for Medi-Cal with a 0 share of cost, and the 2 older children were eligible for the Healthy Families Program with the parents paying a small premium for those children. All 4 children ended up being covered. The parents walked away, and they said, the woman said, you know, my husband and I can handle whatever comes along, but if something happened to the children, we don't know what we would do. The cost was just unaffordable for them in that situation. You have no idea how stressed we were, and now how much more relieved we are to have their 4 children covered. And I can go on with a couple of other stories. Same thing. One of the big problems is many times people qualify, but they don't do the paperwork properly. And quite frankly, some of us felt there was almost a conspiracy on the part of the state and federal government to make the paperwork so complicated that people wouldn't qualify so they could keep the costs down. But one of the things that we do at our center is we help people with that. We told this family, if you get denied, come back immediately. And the family was denied. They came back, and we got the paperwork straightened out. Family ended up getting all of their children, 4, 6, and 8, all got themselves enrolled. I had a constituent in my office, somebody call us about a distraught young widow, and she had 2 children. We were able to get them over to the center, and both children were able to get enrolled immediately. And for a woman who had just lost her husband, a great advantage. So I'd like to read this proclamation and then just come down and ask for any comments from either of you about the program, but mostly to compliment 2 agencies and the staff. You watch the staff out there at the centers. They're doing a great job, and they really are committed to trying trying to help people work their way through the complicated state and federal systems out there. Proclaiming April 23rd through 29th, Cover the Uninsured Week, whereas more than 46 million Americans do not have health care coverage. And if I could stop and interject, whenever we have these conversations, we say this one thing: health care is broken in America. Health care needs to get fixed in America. We can only do so much down here at the bottom with the broken system. Whereas 8 out of 10 people who are uninsured are in working families, there are more than 8 million children in America without health care coverage. Uninsured children are twice as likely as insured children to miss out on needed medical care. Uninsured Americans live sicker and die younger than those who are covered. As costs continue to rise, fewer individuals and families can afford to pay for coverage. Fewer small businesses are able to provide coverage for their employees. That's why we have the crisis that we have today. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors recognize the accomplishment of the county's Human Service Agency and the Health Care Agency, along with all of their community partners, and there are many community partners out there, churches and others, that help with the outreach, retention, and enrollment efforts of Ventura County children and help solve one of America's greatest problems. Therefore, be it resolved that this is Cover the Uninsured Week, presented this the 24th day, April 2007. And as I come down, if you'd feel free to address the board and the public, we'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, first off, I'd like to thank the board. It was their leadership that brought these two agencies together that allowed Paul Lorenz and I to kind of come up with the Health Care for Kids program. And then it was the leadership of our directors at that time, Ted Myers and Mike Powers, that allowed us to continue. We've just opened up our 4th Health Care for Kids Center in Oxnard. That will be our biggest center, and we expect to have great things come out of that center. That's where the preponderance of our clients come from now, and we expect that will be the greatest inroads that we have. In the Medi-Cal program, we have about 56,000 children that are enrolled in Medi-Cal. A recent UCLA study shows that there's about 6,000 children that are still eligible for the program that are not yet in. And so that's our main goal in the Medi-Cal side of the house, is to try to make sure that we get all of those children that are eligible into the program. And then for the Health Care for Kids, that also covers the Healthy Families children, of which the UCLA study estimates about 5,000 children still need to be enrolled. And then the remainder of the children right now are not eligible for either Healthy Families or Medi-Cal, and that will be covered in the ACE program, which I'll let Linda talk about. But again, I thank the board for its leadership in helping to provide us with the guidance to make this happen.
On behalf of the Health Care Agency, we're very grateful to the support of the board and for your leadership, and we're very grateful that you found a way to bring us together and to make this work become so gratifying for all of us. I want to acknowledge the work of our staff. Selfa Saucedo is here, who has taken the lead on this project, and she's in the audience. And I want to say that providing coverage is so essential to the overall well-being of children, and so by providing coverage and doing this work, we have now increased and enhanced the health of children and the overall well-being and the I think what you've talked about, Steve, is kind of that reducing of anxiety of parents knowing that their kids are going to be taken care of. So on behalf of all of us, we really thank you.
Madam Chair, if I might, while they're doing the photo op, another piece of this, significant piece of this Cover the Uninsured Week, is that all of the advocates, and many of you sitting out there, that we also reach out to our congressional representatives for the reauthorization of the State Children's Health Insurance Program, the SHIP program. That is a significant part of what we get in this county to provide services to over 17,000 current subscribers, and there is a risk of that not being reauthorized by Congress this year. So we need to. It's on our county platform. We need advocates to send letters to our congressional representatives and urge the reauthorization. It's another piece of Cover the Uninsured Week.
And I also just wanted to also compliment the advocates, CLU and CAUSE and Interfaith Ministries, that really pushed hard to try to get more services and insurance for children, and that helped us also in our push. So thank you. It was definitely a community effort. Our next
my light is on.
Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Flynn.
Let me congratulate those who have worked so hard to bring this about. With this kind of coverage, it makes Ventura County a healthier county to live in. Healthier even for those people who pay, say, a private insurance to pay for it themselves, or people in the private sector, companies who pay for the insurance of their employees. It makes the total county much more healthy, and that's good for everything. It's good for the economy and all kinds of different things that it affects. We did open the office in Oxnard. We have several employees. They were all very eager to make sure that we get the children insured in Oxnard. As you might know, Oxnard probably generates close to, maybe generates is not the right word to use, but generates about half of the people who are in the hospital, VCMC, and about half of the people 50% of all the people who live in Ventura County. Those children, and we just opened the office, those children will now be covered. So there's a great many children in the city of Oxnard who need this kind of help. So my thanks to both agencies and the agency heads for bringing this about. Mike Powers is here. Ted is not here this morning, so let me congratulate all of you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item then is, it's got me scheduled as doing it, but actually Supervisor Long is going to present a resolution on Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Yes, thank you. Supervisor Parks. And I'd like to invite to the dais Judy Rivera, who's our HSA Deputy Director for Children and Family Services, and I know she has others that she'll introduce, but I'd like to just note some of the whereases in this proclamation that is acknowledging Child Abuse Prevention Month. All of you know, all you advocates sitting out there with these wonderful buttons, it's a problem that impacts our community in many ways. It's said here it's a social problem. I would say to you it's that plus many other impacts to our community that result from a child abuse and a family that child abuse occurs in. It certainly affects the growth and development of children from every ethnic and socioeconomic group. Early detection, intervention, and treatment are critical to maintaining the integrity of the family. Once again, a model that we know that works in so many of our social challenges. Our child abuse prevention volunteers and professionals assist families in decreasing the incident of child abuse and through the prevention and treatment programs, we again as a county just excel. We have the lowest rate of substantiated child abuse neglect among California's 58 counties from a report of 2005. That's something to be very proud of. And I know all of you who are advocates out there who would say until we eliminate, till there's not one report, we won't rest and we won't be happy, because you who are out there in the trenches and see the children who are abused and the result of that, it's just it's horrifying. We need to continue to do this every year to have the public awareness about the devastation of child abuse in our community, promote the support of intervention and prevention, and acknowledge the efforts of many volunteers in addition to our professionals who are really committed to making a difference in the lives and families of children who are abused. So as on behalf of the board to bring this forward to acknowledge again this month, to encourage our residents to actively participate in bringing an end to child abuse in our community. And I want to call out the recognition of the folks who are working so hard in the community to end child abuse. Our Ventura County Partnership for Safe Families and Communities, just a powerful group. The Designated Child Abuse Prevention Council, Ventura County Behavioral Health, Ventura County Public Health, Ventura County Human Services Agency, and certainly all of our law enforcement professionals, and the outstanding volunteers and professionals who work on behalf of children who are in crisis and need. I love this button. It only takes a minute to brighten a child's life. Nurture, protect, praise, and love. Couldn't have said it better. Now I've probably said everything you want to say, Judy, but thank you. I'll step down.
I have a couple of more things to say. Thank you, Supervisor Long, Chairwoman Parks, members of the board, and Johnny Johnston. According to the most recent data available from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, an estimated 3 million reports of child abuse and neglect or suspected child abuse and neglect are made every year to child protective agencies across our nation. These reports involve approximately 5.5 million children. At the local level, the Human Services Agencies, Children and Family Services, and its partners are strongly dedicated to protecting children in our communities from abuse and neglect. This includes children who have experienced abuse or neglect, as well as others who are at risk of becoming victims. Accomplishing our mission requires our CFS staff to perform a complex array of tasks, including investigating referrals, determining when children need to be removed because it is not safe for them to remain at home, arranging with our public and private partners to provide services for children and their families, working with caregivers who provide foster care while children are away from their families, monitoring and managing all cases in our child welfare system, and working with community partners to serve children who are identified as being at risk for abuse and neglect. We continue to monitor the results of our efforts and to work to improve our programs and services that need further strengthening. I'd like to acknowledge our partners who work tirelessly to help prevent child abuse and neglect and are committed to strengthening families, beginning with you, our County Board of Supervisors, and others who are here today to show their support. As I call your name, please stand and be recognized. From Ventura County Behavioral Health, Melanie Roy. From Ventura County Public Health, Diana Casey. Ventura County Law Enforcement is represented today by Deputy Chief McDowell from the Sheriff's Department. The Child Abuse Prevention Program through Public Health is represented today by Megan Steffi, and the Ventura County Partnership for Safe Families and Communities, the designated Child Abuse Prevention Council, represented by their President, Dina Jensen, and Program Director, Lori Steinhauser, as well as their Board of Directors. Many of the members of the partnership are present today, including co-chairs of the Child Abuse Prevention Committee, Chris Bennett from Aspira Foster Family Services, Terry Miller from Interface Children and Family Services, and others who are here, so please stand if you are a member of the Partnership for Safe Families and Communities. We also thank all of the outstanding volunteers and professionals who work on behalf of families. We would especially like to recognize Diana Casey, Director of Nursing for Ventura County Public Health, for her commitment to partnering with the Human Services Agency to develop new strategies for child abuse prevention. So I invite Diana to share some information about this new prevention program that we have that features public health nurses visiting families at high risk of child abuse maltreatment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Judy. The Child Abuse Prevention Program, we call it CAP, is a collaborative effort between Children and Family Services, Public Health, Probation, and the courts. The goal is to keep children ages 0 to 18 out of the child welfare system, as well as to reduce the children re-entering the juvenile justice system. The program consists of 6 nurses. 1 public health nurse is stationed at the juvenile facility in El Rio with the Healthy Returns Initiative. She works with families and community resources to ensure a smooth transition from incarceration to community living. 1 PHN primarily works with the domestic violence and the Prop 36 courts, and the remainder of the nurses work with those families who have been referred to Children and Family Services for investigation of child abuse and neglect allegations. The public health nurses provide intensive home visits to their clients, and this consists of case management, research-based interventions, and linkages to public and private entities. In addition, the nurses provide education in how to prevent family violence and foster healthy family relationships throughout Ventura County and various community forums, and that is high schools. We're in all of the continuing high schools, outpatient substance abuse rehab sites, and maternity shelters. The program began in October 2005 and to date has served 2,185 clients. The program outcomes demonstrate that 93% of those children who received services 1 year after public health nursing interventions were provided remained in their homes and out of the child welfare system. So I'd like to ask the staff to stand up, and I'd like to introduce them. We have Megan Steffi on your left is the program coordinator, Carol Kilby, Marcy Erickson, Daisy LaJoy, Debbie Miller, Julia Ballett, and Solita Dabrowski. And now I'd like to introduce Melanie Roy, who's our other collaborative partner from Behavioral Health. She's the Deputy Director.
Good morning. As you know, children with child and abuse neglect issues are a very high-risk population for mental health, developing mental health issues. And in an effort to promote prevention, early detection, and early intervention, the Behavioral Health Department has initiated training of its clinicians and private partners in the treatment of children 0 to 5 and their families. So that's been a very big effort this year. Unfortunately, many of the children who come into dependency are very young, and so we've wanted to partner with both Public Health and the Human Services Agency to make sure that we build capacity within the Behavioral Health Department and within the private providers to make sure that when these children come through the door of dependency, that they're able to receive the appropriate treatment. The other very important thing that's been happening, I want to make sure you're aware of it this year, is we're coming to the close of our FASD, Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorders Initiative. Despite the fact that the funding has ended because of the wonderful planning of the agencies involved, and I want to especially recognize Linda Henderson right now because she was the project manager at the beginning, we are able to continue this initiative because we designed the initiative in a way that when the funding would end, the initiative would be able to continue. We have screened 400 children to date, and of the 400 children screened, 58% of them have screened positive for alcohol and drug exposure. Those children are now being monitored by the Public Health Agency in collaboration with Behavioral Health. Any children who are identified with mental health issues will be referred to us. So through the collaborative efforts of these agencies, we hopefully are going to be able to intervene early in these children's lives and make an impact when it really counts and prevent future problems from occurring. So I am so appreciative of the effort of all of the agencies and of the ability that I have to be involved. It's really a pleasure, and it's really a wonderful opportunity. So thank you.
So thank you, Diana and Melanie. This program, and both programs actually, provide solid foundation for a collaboration that provides the best possible outcomes for children. Together we make the commitment to help strengthen families and protect the children in our communities. Thank you for your attention and your efforts toward child abuse and prevention. Thank you.
Appreciate everything. And thank you all. We appreciate what you do.
Great collaboration. Thank you very much.
Good, Judy.
Thank you, Supervisor Long. Our next resolution that is on our agenda is our item 18, and this is a proclamation proclaiming Mental Health Month, May 2007. And I know Ms. Shulman's here for this. It reads, whereas mental health disorders such as schizophrenia, depression, and anxiety disorders are real, common, and treatable illnesses occurring in an estimated 26.2% of American adults in a given year. And whereas almost 1/4 of all stays in community hospitals throughout the nation for patients 18 years and older involve depressive, bipolar, schizophrenia, and other mental health disorders or substance abuse-related disorders. And whereas substance abuse complicates almost every aspect of care for a person with mental illnesses, because alcohol or drug use can cover up or mask psychiatric symptoms, and untreated chemical dependency can contribute to a reoccurrence of psychiatric symptoms. And whereas although between 70 and 90% of mentally ill individuals experience significant reductions of symptoms and improved quality of life with a combination of pharmacological and psychological treatment and support, as many as 8 million Americans with serious mental illness do not receive adequate treatment each year, and only about 21% of children who need mental health services actually receive them. And whereas untreated and mistreated mental illness costs the United States $150 billion in lost productivity and $8 billion in crime and welfare expenditures annually, and these costs could be cut dramatically with small increases in spending on mental health treatment by businesses and government. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 2007 Mental Health Month and calls upon all Ventura County citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recommit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental illness and the need for appropriate and accessible services for the mentally ill and their families. I know Ms. Shulman is here to accept this proclamation, and each year on Mental Health Month, we do look at one particular aspect of mental illness, and this one we're looking at the dual diagnosis issues where people have both drug, alcohol, and a mental illness issue. And I know we have a great team in our behavioral health department, our dual diagnosis IDDT team. And I think you'll mention the individuals. We had an excellent presentation on the Mental Health Board a few months back by Dr. Gertzen describing a program that she's put forward that I think would be wonderful for the board to hear about. And I encourage that we do have that, and I'll be glad to schedule the time for that because it's very enlightening, but it was also really good to hear of a very successful program on something that is so critical and so prevalent. So, Ms. Shulman, I'll turn it over to you, and then I'll come on down and present the resolution.
Great. Thank you very much, Supervisor Parks, and thank you, Board, for your continued support. We're a little early because you're dark next week, and we wanted to make sure that the whole month of May got its attention. I want to first, before I talk about our dual diagnosis team and recognize some of our staff, just tell you about some of the events that we'll have in May, recognizing May as Mental Health Month. On May 2nd, the department will have its annual education and day of awareness, and again, we're focusing on dual diagnosis this year. And then, of course, NAMI has its annual walk in May, and we want to encourage everybody to come and support the NAMI walk and come walk and remind us of that. And then the Mental Health Board has worked really strong to start working on education. And you'll notice throughout the month of May there will be newspaper articles, radio events, and various different educational forums that the Mental Health Board is going to be honoring, and we'll put out a calendar and schedule for everybody. But we do want to recognize all the effort that everybody's put in to continue to raise our awareness and understanding of the need for us to remove the stigma of mental illness so that it's okay to ask for help, and then to hopefully bring everybody together. As Supervisor Park mentioned, this year we're focusing on dual diagnosis and the dual diagnosis program that she mentioned that Dr. Gertzen has led. I have a letter here, and then we'll invite the staff to come down from the state because we were originally the recipients of a grant from the state of California to implement the IDDT, which is the Integrated Dual Diagnosis Treatment, which was a training grant from SAMHSA to learn how to do the best practices of dual diagnosis. But Dr. Gertzen said, well, I don't want to just know how to do it, we want to do it, and took the grant a much larger step forward and actually implemented the treatment and implemented the process in 2 of our regions, and hopefully with MHSA expansion money coming, we'll be able to get it throughout the county. And this is a letter that the state wrote regarding the work that her and her team have done. The Ventura County Behavioral Health Department is hereby recognized by the California Institute for Mental Health Integrated Dual Diagnosis Treatment Project for outstanding work in implementing IDDT. Recognizing the widespread need for dual disorder services, the department has made a commitment to providing IDDT in all outpatient programs. In addition to actual site-based implementation, Ventura County has taken steps to embed IDDT into ongoing procedures and, most important of all, into all of its forms throughout the system so that they are permitted to a high-quality state-of-art care to persons with dual disorders. The method chosen to develop the Oxnard IDDT team deserves special mention. It was created from scratch rather than by adaptation of existing program elements and staff. Dr. Linda Gertzen, director of the program and administrator in charge of IDDT throughout Ventura County, used the IDDT fidelity scale as a template for designing the program, and it resulted in near perfect fidelity scores in just a few months. This was a new and innovative approach to implementation and one that we now recommend to other counties. It also resulted in our nominating the Oxnard program to be the recipient of the SAMHSA Science to Service Award, which we're waiting with bated breath to hear if we've been the receivers of. At our most recent review, a woman told us, if this program had been here 15 years ago, my life would have turned out very different. That is the highest praise possible. And I want to ask the team of dedicated staff that have really worked tirelessly to really break through the difficulty of dual diagnosis to come down and be honored. Barbara Chase, Colleen Babineau, Thank you. Helen Gleason, Clarissa Sanchez, Ralph Chavez.
Thank you for your help.
This is Clarissa. Marion, Keith McCourtney, Victoria Bradley, and last but certainly not least, Linda Gertzen, the director that we've been talking about.
Maybe we can have a summary of what you've done. It's so impressive.
Well, I thank you so much for recognizing our achievement. And even though my name has been mentioned here several times by Linda, and I want to say that it is the efforts of my staff that have made this. I'm just the manager. I, give direction, and I helped implement and develop this program. But I am blessed with a wonderful staff, and I want to thank the Adult Division Manager, Barbara Kellner, who's not here today, and Linda Schulman for providing me with this staff that it is to their credit that this program has been so successful. And I do want to mention that in addition to implementing at such high fidelity, Ventura County Behavioral Health is in the process of studying the outcome measures for our program. And within about 6 months, we'll have preliminary statistical analysis. It's one of the reasons we were nominated for the Science to Service Award by CIMH, because they were so impressed not only with the high fidelity to which we implemented the program, but by the preliminary analysis is indicative that this program is truly best practices, evidence-based, and we hope to contribute to the national database that we have are creating effective treatment for such a serious population. As you may know, 60 to 70% of individuals with serious mental illness also have a interactive substance abuse disorder, and when I say interactive, I mean that they are not co-occurring, they are not dual. One disorder interacts with the other to create a neurobiological status that is devastating to the individuals, their families, and the communities. And because our program, based on the program that SAMHSA developed, has been so successful, we are seeing remarkable recovery stories. I am so proud of my staff, and I'm so grateful to the board and to Ventura County Behavioral Health for giving me the opportunity to make a difference in this community. Thank you so much.
It's of note that one of the problems with the program is that people don't want to leave it, that it's doing so well. Well, here's the proclamation, and thank you very much, and we look forward to a Mental Health Month coming in May. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. If you could just stand by for just a moment. I want to commend you, all of you, for the efforts that you put into mental health. There have been grand improvements over at least the time I've been on the board, and I really appreciate all the work that we do, and I thank you for your efforts. Linda does a good job. She's very tough, I know that, but I think sometimes it takes that. Then Melody is along there, and it kind of smooths things out a little bit. Maybe that was overstating it, but let me ask you to do one thing, though, one thing more, and that is language is a difficult issue, especially in my district, but there are other districts also that have a high percentage of people who speak primarily Spanish, and we simply need to put emphasis on hiring more people with that particular skill. But all in all, congratulations.
Item 19, which is a second hearing on the adoption of Ventura County Ordinance Code regarding the Civil Service Commission. And this is a second hearing. Do we have someone from the county executive office? Oh, kind of like a fish swimming upstream. Everyone was coming out.
This is a second reading, as you've indicated, of the ordinance that was passed last week with classification. This relates to the unclassified position that was set up in the district attorney's office to exempt them from the civil service system, and that's what this reading is about. If you have any questions.
And do we have any cards on this, Roberta? Okay.
Move the recommended action.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objection, then that passes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. We've been getting a lot of email.
Yes, we have.
More than I normally am accustomed to. Our next items now, we can go right to our 10 a.m. time certains. And the first one is Supervisor Flynn, not myself, as listed on the agenda, will be doing the Water Awareness Month. And Supervisor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll come down there. Ready?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Phone. Go on to anyone.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. Reddy Pakala with Water and Sanitation Department of the Public Works Agency. As your board is aware, you govern 4 special districts providing water service to Moore Park, Bell Canyon, Lake Sherwood, and Somas areas. And throughout the year, our staff encourages water conservation through public education, through school programs, and we also have ultra-low toilet fixture rebate programs and large landscape water audits. To highlight the importance of water conservation throughout the month of May, we will be sending updated water conservation tips to our customers, and we thank your board for taking time and proclaiming the month of May as Water Conservation Month. Thank you very much. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Reddy, for being here today to accept this resolution. You know, farmers measure water primarily in acre feet, right? We're always concerned about what it's going to cost per acre foot for water. State water is like $650 an acre foot, and local water is somewhat cheaper, less expensive, but we really have to protect it. You know, when we talk about the price of water, we buy water in these bottles, right? I figured out one time that we spend about $25 million per acre foot of this water. So it's really important to make sure we take care of the quality of water. I've spoken before about water quality. That is one of the purposes, one of the fundamental charges of the Watershed Protection District, and we hope that we carry it out. One agency that doesn't exist here, and whoever wrote this up, is the Groundwater Management Agency, which is responsible for quantity and quality of water on the Oxnard Plain. And you know, quality of water is becoming a bigger and bigger issue. So I'm going to editorialize a little bit. I hope that we can find a way to match the bond money, the grant money, I should say, that's coming this way for the El Rio Sewer program. That really affects water quality. It doesn't make a lot of sense to have a bond issue or a grant come this way and cause the people in El Rio to pay the match. That doesn't make any sense at all. So I hope we can reconsider that. With those editorialisms, let me just congratulate also Tom Holden, the mayor of the city of Oxnard, for the water program that you have. Do you realize that water, state water usage by Oxnard, percentage-wise, is much less than it was at one time. It's more evenly matched. So Oxnard is working very hard to improve the water quality, and it takes a lot of money to do that. So my commendation to you. You just happen to be here, and the city manager. I won't congratulate the chief. He doesn't have too much to do with it. But with those words,
thank you, Don.
My official photographer.
Thank you. Very good.
Thank you, Reddy.
Thank you.
We'll now go on to item 21, Supervisor Long and the Community Action Partnership.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate this opportunity to have this great contingent of folks here who are part of the Community Action Partnership to come into the board and give a brief oral presentation of the work of the partnership and highlight the work that we're doing with the National League of Cities. As you see in the board letter, the partnership has broad representation from agencies and jurisdictions, and the mission of the partnership is to develop and provide resources to create a safe environment for our youth and families in their schools, communities, and homes. And what we're doing in working with the National League is to look at best practices and areas around the state for opportunities for gang prevention, intervention, and enforcement. The opportunity today was that we have with us the consultant for the National League, and I'm going to invite Mayor Tom Holden to the dais to do the introduction of the consultant and members of the Community Action Partnership. Sir, thank you for being here this morning, and all of the members.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, Supervisor Long and Mr. Johnson, thank you for having me here this morning, and the group that I bring with us. Supervisor Flynn, I don't know about not congratulating our police chief in regards to water. You know, some have said he is a tall drink of water. So, but it's an honor to be here this morning to brief you a little bit about some exciting progress that we're having both in the city of Oxnard and county in regards to addressing youth violence and the elimination of youth violence. I'm here also to thank you, the board, for your participation and partnership in this, and I think as Mr. Calhoun will mention, we're on the kind of the cutting edge in regards to a community and a county and cities working together in this area. They were smart. They gave me a script so that I will keep this brief, but I would like to first introduce the attendees here from the city of Oxnard. We have our city manager, Edmund Sotelo. We have our chief of police, John Kronbach. We have our deputy city manager, Grace Magistrelli Hoffman. We have our recreation director, Gil Ramirez, and our consultant, Barbara Marquez O'Neill. And the others will be introduced in just a moment. So as you know, some time ago, back in 2005, both the cities and the county were in dialogue regarding how we could address and eliminate and reduce youth gang violence. Supervisor Flynn in the Oxnard area was engaged with community members regarding that matter. Supervisor Long ultimately joined the group, but in November 2nd in 2006, the decision was made to move forward with the city-county partnership. Our consultant, Barbara Marquez O'Neill, was brought on board to coordinate the efforts, and that started on April 1st, 2007. The city-county collaborative approved the name, the Community Action Partnership. I believe that decision took 3 meetings to get to, it was originated from the Anti-Violence Task Force that was started in December 2003, which I spoke of. As Supervisor Long mentioned, the mission is very simple: is to develop and provide coordinated resources to create a safe environment for our youth and families in their homes, schools, and communities. A new opportunity was presented at the November CAP meeting by the Ventura County Partnership for Safe Families and Communities, and this regarded an initiative that the California Endowment and an invitation to participate in a 3-year statewide project called the California Cities Gang Prevention Network. The primary support for this network comes from the California Endowment and California Wellness Foundation. The CAP members unanimously accepted this offer to participate. What followed was very exciting. On January 24th and 25th of 2007, a team of 8 city and county supervisors attended the California Gang Prevention Network inaugural meeting in the city of Oakland. And keep in mind, the city of Oxnard was asked to participate with some small cities such as Oakland, Fresno, Los Angeles, Richmond, Sacramento, Salinas, San Diego, San Francisco, San Jose, Santa Rosa, and Stockton. So it was truly an honor to have this group participate in that program. So off to Oakland we went. Supervisor Long, our Chief of Police, John Kronbach, our Deputy City Manager, Grace Magistrel Hoffman, City of Oxnard Assistant Chief Mike Matlock, County Ventura Superior Court Judge Fred Bish, which was very valuable because Judge Bish was the hearing officer for our gang injunction, the very first injunction. We had our Oxnard Recreation Superintendent, Gil Ramirez, and our Ventura County Partnership for Safe Families and Community Consultant, Barbara Marquez O'Neill, and myself. was also an honor to be invited to give the opening comments at the press conference, which opened the entire conference. And although I've been involved in a few things in my days in regards to press conferences, this one was very daunting, to say the least. There must have been 20 representatives. It was covered throughout the entire Bay Area, through Oakland, San Francisco. All the majors were there. But basically, they invited us to do that because of the role that we have played in prevention and the positive effects of the cities working together with the county to address this. The eight-member team came home with a draft preliminary action plan to move forward the California Cities Gang Prevention Network Initiative in the city of Oxnard in conjunction with a Community Action Partnership Project. So just kind of in a nutshell, and I'm going to introduce Mr. Calhoun because it's very exciting that we have him here today. It's an honor to have him stop by and give you a little briefing of what he does. But as I mentioned, this is cutting edge stuff. We, in our participation in the conference in Oakland, what we came back with were a couple things. Number one, we knew what we were doing here was breaking ground in the area of partnerships, whether it be through the county and the city, the community, the clergy. It goes on and on. And secondly, we brought back some great things also. One of the things I just want to touch base on, and I'll introduce Mr. Calhoun. This idea of block, and it's important I mention this because of the individuals you honored here today, this idea of block parties. The city of Oxnard, about 10 years ago, initiated a program called the Citywide Enhanced, or no, excuse me, the Satellite City Hall. And what that was to try to build trust with residents in City Hall. We literally, about every 3 months, would take City Hall to a neighborhood. And we would have every department from City Hall there, everything from code enforcement to police. And it started to kind of break down these barriers. Well, based on what we learned in Oakland, it probably is time to transition that program into something entirely new and very exciting, and it's a takeoff of this block party where we will bring human resources, behavioral health, all the different entities to the neighborhoods in kind of the mood of a block party with a barbecue, et cetera, et cetera. And ultimately, by creating healthy families and addressing youth violence at the same time, we can be extremely successful in that area. So much information was gained and utilized during those 2 days. They worked us hard. They give us one free dinner. But other than that, we worked through that also. So it is my honor today to introduce a gentleman, Mr. Jack Calhoun. And before I do that, I'd like to introduce a couple individuals that are with him. Angie Wolf, the Senior Research and Director for Center for Women and Justice and the National Council on Crime and Delinquency. And then Karen Escalante Dalton, the Program Officer for the California Endowment. Mr. Calhoun is a consultant with the National League of Cities, the Institute for Youth, Education and Families, and he's the former president and CEO of the National Crime Prevention Council for 20 years. Jack revolutionized crime prevention by shifting its definition to encompass building vital communities that don't produce crime and creating programs that involve youth as positive change agents in their own communities. Under Jack's visionary guidance, the National Crime Prevention Council became the nation's resource center for crime prevention and community building. And just to add a little bit of that, I spent a day and a half with Mr. Calhoun, and you know, it truly was nothing short of very impressive to have an individual like Mr. Calhoun who has been involved in an issue such as youth violence or gang violence for so many years and has refused to basically just throw his hands up and walk away. This is one of those issues where you could very soundly say you cannot make a difference. But because of individuals like Mr. Calhoun and the program that we're participating in and your support and the position that we've taken as a city, we will make a difference, and we are making a difference. The numbers that the Chief could share with you today in regards to the reductions of gang violence and gang participation in the city of Oxnard are dramatic. But it's because of programs like this and individuals. So it is my pleasure now to introduce Mr. Jack Calhoun, a very good friend in a short amount of time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. It's great to be here. The Oxnard was a late entry into what was originally a 10-city initiative. It is now 13. But very quickly, Oxnard's strength and lack of shyness had them on the lead microphone for the press conference against other cities like Sacramento and Los Angeles. And I really commend this team because that group, I mean, it's a parable, those folks together. You've got enforcement, you've got treatment, you've got the city, and John and Kathy and I were at dinner last night at the county, and that is rare in this whole approach to the issue, because so often the response is very crude and very quick, lock them up, and it's the end of the problem. And the more I get around the country, the more I get really outraged that given the diminution of our normalizing institution, families, schools, and internal limit setting, conscience or whatever, the more we lean on law enforcement as the answer. And it is not fair. They're really carrying the burden of so much. And enlightened chiefs like John say, we can't do it alone. And it really is a collective response. And what's unique about what you've got going here is the city-county link, which not a lot have. Also, Chair Parks, I have to say it's a delight to testify in front of you. I've done a lot of testifying in front of Congress, and Chairman Rogers, head of appropriation, when I was Commissioner of the Administration for Youth, Children, Youth, and Families under President Carter, had a traffic light. And 5 minutes, and it was green, and then 4 minutes into it, it was yellow, and then red, the microphone went off. So this is, now I'm not going to speak for a long time. I'm not saying you've given me total freedom here. But anyway, quickly, what's this about? Yeah. Oh, I gave you guys ideas. I shouldn't have done that. To me, part of the difficulty of this is the split between, if you will, the helping community and enforcement. And in the communities where this works and you see a diminution in youth violence is where they are together. So very often it's a dangerous split. We in the providing community are the saints, those guys are the hammers. But indeed, to me, the metaphor is parental. We set limits and we nurture. It is both. It is absolutely both. And comprehensive responses to this issue work. Why this initiative at this time? I also should add the partnership with the endowment is critical. This is funded at this point only by the private community, the California Wellness Foundation, Richmond Children's Fund, East Bay Community Foundation, and the endowment. So it's really marvelous. Eventually, we hope there is state and even federal funding for such hopeful work. What spurred me to be very candid with you is having been around a very long time, being a bit of a dinosaur. John and I challenged each other last night about the Brontosaurus Award, but I think I've got it. Yeah, I was the dinosaur. Is that the language and policy, and you are the policy folks for the policy begins with language. And what we're beginning to hear out there, again, is language that started in the early 90s. Super predator, or urban terrorist, which led to the biggest lockup boom in the country, for which we are now all paying. I don't know the numbers here, but in the smallest city of San Bernardino, 50 offenders return per week. So this is not to say that the most violent shouldn't be off the street. They should. But if our only response is fear, we're in trouble. So we have got to, and the mayor indicated this, interweave prevention, intervention, enforcement, and the voice of the community. It is not too much, I maintain, to say that the ultimate goal of all this is a shift in the social norm. We cannot lock our way out of this. We cannot have enforcement suppress our way out of this, because it's ultimately the voice of the community that's going to say, this is what we expect, this is who we are. Small vignette. I witnessed something in North Carolina called a notification session, where a returning offender comes to a group made up of enforcement and folks who help, mental health folks, drug and alcohol counselors. Little African-American woman, couldn't have been much taller than my daughter-in-law, stuck her finger under the nose of this heavily muscled offender, tattooed, said, "You're the reason I can't shop. You're the reason my grandson can't ride his tricycle. You're the reason I can't rock on my front porch. If you screw up, you're going back to jail. I'm reporting you." At the same time, she's writing down her phone number corner of a pad. She tears it off and she hands it to him and she says, "But you call me anytime, day or night. I am here for you." So my point is this: enforcement and helping are not antithetical concepts. Sampson, a researcher at Harvard, looked at crime in public housing in Chicago and found these weird anomalies, low crime in the midst of horror. He shifted his research to look at that, and what he found, something very interesting. He had to give it a fancy academic name. He called it collective efficacy, but all it meant was, I care about you and your kids, you care about mine, and we're civically involved. So some very basic principles there. So I'm giving you sort of the ground of this. It is so important, I feel, as a country and a state, we get in front of this issue and not have fear alone guide our responses. What are the goals to help reduce gang violence, mortality? Build communities that don't produce gangs. That is really, to me, the ultimate goal of this, is community health, civic interaction. Order, if I can just take another second. Order. Thank you. I shouldn't have given you that. Order is the means, not the end. Order is the means. If order is the end, we've got a totalitarian, sterile society. The end is a vital, interactive, safe community. We have 13 cities aboard. There are teams from each of these 13 cities that meet periodically. We have a monthly bulletin reporting on the work of these cities. If any of you on this panel want to be on the mailing list, we'd be delighted. We do technical assistance. That's why we're here, to feel what's going on. But we're learning a tremendous amount. The end goal of this is to push state and federal policy faster than I thought. I've already been asked to brief your governor's staff on this initiative, and we're young, 6, 7 months old, but there is tremendous interest in this, tremendous. And I would just say that ultimately, and I'll put it somewhat crudely, instead of one city howling, a Stockton or a Salinas or an Oxnard or even Los Angeles, at the end of this period, you will have 13 saying to the state and the feds, look, we can do X, we can do half of Y, we cannot do the other half of Y, and we cannot do Z unless you, the state, fill in the blank. And I'm agnostic about what that blank is at this point. But given the energy, the talent, and what I have been so impressed with is how much is being done with so little. And it's a piece of its resources, but a lot of it is doing business in different ways, like the city-county connection, the mayor getting the faith community involved, community-oriented policing, school recreation combination. So part of this is policy and more money, but part of it is a new way of doing business and getting the voice of the citizens involved. So I thank you for your time. For me, this was extremely short, so incredibly short.
We do have a couple of supervisors who want to comment, and we'll start down Supervisor Flynn.
Yes, I want to thank you for coming here to Ventura County. You're really a knowledgeable human being. You have lots of experience, so you bring to us wisdom. You share your wisdom. But let me just make a few additional comments. Tom Holden has become a great leader for Oxnard. We're very proud of his leadership that he's given to this issue. And the chief of police and the police department have gone a long way on understanding, I think, how we can correct this. I heard from someone else that the chief once said, we can't arrest ourselves out of this. Yeah. We need to have everyone's involvement. And then I would like to point out, Barbara, will you raise your hand? Barbara wrote, and I use the word, I hope correctly, tome, because she put a lot of scholarship into the first booklet that we had when we started, first study that we had, first recommendations that we had, and she did a very, very scholarly job. So we have a foundation here from which to work. Let me congratulate also Ed Sotelo, the city manager, and Mike, raise your hand. Mike, police, been in the department for 21 years, but it's that attitude of the police that they still have to protect the safety of the city, but at the same time, they are sensitive to the fact that we need a lot of help to get out of this issue that we're in. Thank you very much, Jack.
Supervisor Bennett?
Just put me on the mailing list, please. Thank you.
Yes.
Whoever it is that can do that. Thanks.
And Supervisor Long?
Yeah, just thank you. I appreciate that you made the time to come to our county, and you're going to spend the day here, and appreciate all of the partners who are here. Acknowledge Karen Staples of probation and Curtis from Updike from Human Services. It is a collective group across the spectrum of intervention, prevention, and enforcement that we're committed to work on this. And the goal is to really work on this successfully, and it's something to be picked up and used in all our cities that need such a model. It isn't just an Oxnard initiative. It really is to look at wherever we know we're having challenges in our county, we can use the talents and resources and models. So
there's great national interest in this, as well as several other California cities want in. Can I just acknowledge our partner, the National Council on Crime and Delinquency?
Yes, absolutely.
I am a consultant and a guy who can't seem to leave a life of crime, so she's my parole officer.
We're also seeing, very positive results, so it is working.
Madam Chair, thank you for the time on the agenda to have Mr. Calhoun come in since he's in our county today, and the team, and all the good work. Look forward to our ongoing work.
Thank you. And since we did run a little bit long, let's take a quick break. We haven't had one yet this morning, so we'll be back in 5 minutes and continue on with our 10 a.m. time certains. Okay, we'll go back into session again from our quick little break. We're on item 22 of our 10 a.m. Time certains of April 24th, 2007. And this is a report from our county treasurer tax collector, Mr. Matheny.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board, and Mr. Johnston. We have our March results from the Treasury pool showing that there's been $6.6 million in additional revenue provided to local government as a result of the Treasury pool earnings for the month of March. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions? See none. Thank you for the report. And we have a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, that passes. Thank you, Roberta. No, thank you. Item 23. Is this a oral presentation by Mr. Johnston?
I don't have a report for this morning. I don't have anything new for you.
Okay. And then we'll go on to our 10:30 time certains. And our first item is item 24, and this is a public hearing on rent and fee schedule for our county parks.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Since item 23 was scheduled, and just as a matter of efficiency, something I'd like to communicate with all of you, I turned in a card, requested, and gave you a summary of what I'd like to say.
Okay, just a moment.
It actually is supposed to be a positive. This is not supposed to be a confrontational thing.
No, I just, it's just in the past when we, someone isn't making a presentation, then the item doesn't exist, as it were, and then we usually continue the item. But we didn't do that in this particular case.
Oh,
you obviously have something you would like to report.
Yes, ma'am.
And as county council, does that sound appropriate for it, even though we don't have the...
I'm not sure. On item 23,
It's an update by our county executive officer who says he won't be making the update.
And if you would like to speak to that item, even though
there is no report.
that's not said anything, you may speak to it, yes.
Okay, I wanted to get that clear.
Absolutely.
And in the future, if we're going to not have an item, we should probably just vote in the beginning whether to keep it on the agenda or not. So, go ahead, Mr. Goodwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable members of the board, Mr. Johnson, and as I said, this is by no means was supposed to be a difficult exchange. It was intended to be somewhat educational, supportive. A couple of weeks ago, there was some questions asked to our tax collector when he was up, and he said, well, those will, the assessor really needs to talk to you about those issues, and it had to do with some changes coming in what the role might be in the foreclosures. And I thought really what I'd like to do is just give you a real reassurance. First of all, since the county's discretionary funds are so heavily dependent upon the property tax revenues that you receive, this is your primary source of revenue, that it would be a little bit reassuring to know that the real estate market really is pretty stable. And certainly for the role that's in production right now, that is based on everything that happened in '06. In other words, we assess things as of January 1st of '07. So all of the role that I'm going to be giving to the auditor on July 1st is based upon construction, changes of ownership, new businesses, things that were all put into motion in the year '06. And as a result, there's the role is certainly going to go up. You're not going to lose revenue. Your revenue is not going to go down because of foreclosures. And in fact, even the foreclosure thing, my experience there is, I talked to someone yesterday who said they just made an offer, and they were told they were the fourth offer on a foreclosure. So there's probably as many opportunists out there looking for a chance to buy something they perceive as a opportunity. So we're not going to be adversely, your revenues aren't going to be adversely affected there. There is going to be, there are a number of taxpayers that deserve a review.
And on that point, you have point 3, actual foreclosures in Ventura County are relatively few, and the resales are getting lots of buyer interest. The last part may be correct, but the first part is not, at least from what I've read. Well, foreclosures are way up.
Well, here's a good thing to always keep in mind. Oftentimes we read the statistic and they say there's a big increase or a certain number. First there's a notice of default filed by the lender. A notice of default is not a foreclosure. It's only the procedural filing to protect the beneficiary's interest of that trust deed. So they make sure that is public notice is given. Notice of default numbers are considerably different than the actual foreclosures. And if you have, let's say you have in a quarter, you had 50 foreclosures and now you have 100, well, that's a 100% increase, but 100 foreclosures out of 160,000 properties isn't that many.
I meant on what I have read in the LA Times.
Right.
I think it was the LA Times.
And that's part of what I wanted to speak to. I think we need to have an accurate understanding of the impact on real estate, and somewhat, the newspaper has a little bit of a vested interest in creating a little more excitement, and you all have seen headlines that sometimes...
You forget, if a foreclosure comes about for a family, that's a sad time.
For the 100 families that are experiencing it, it's a very
you can't
difficult
remove
thing.
that sadness by just simply saying, well, someone's going to pick the foreclosure property up. To me, that doesn't eliminate the sadness or the issue for that particular family. Anyway.
Okay. I guess that, right. Yeah, and you understand the assessor can do nothing about the personal impact of their own financial...
It's getting worse. Let's cancel this.
See. Okay, and then, let's see. So we understand, so I wanted you to be clear about the picture, about the stability of your revenue source. And then if you read stuff about the assessor plans to look at declines in value, that is true. There's about, and we've analyzed the regions, the type of properties that deserve that. Essentially, it's the last half of 05 and of all of 06. We're going to review quite a few. It really amounts to about, I think it's about 11,000 tract homes, 5,500 condos, and about 2,500 custom homes that are going to be part of the data set that we're reviewing for possible decline in values. And I've made some estimates on those, and even with those estimates of the possible impact, the numbers I've given Mr. Johnson's office puts us in a range of sort of this, which, I've given you on the notes, kind of a rough estimate. The roll is still going to go up substantially, $7.5 to $8 billion. And to put that in perspective, 2 years ago, the all-time record increase was $8 billion. So if we achieve something close to that at this roll, it's certainly not that you're losing or your revenue. And because of the different news, the different kinds of headlines and possibility of misperceptions, I was hoping to kind of give you a little reassurance, and then you would have that perspective as you look at the budget that lies ahead. Any other questions?
Yes, Supervisor Foy?
Mr. Goodwin, I appreciate you trying to give us some good understanding. It sounds like what you were dealing with is from 2005 and 2006. So with this increase that supposedly we're going to see, if there is some foreclosure, there may be some taxes not being paid or delayed. But what it really sounds like, though, is when we get into your January for 2008 is when we'll really see a decline in values. Because if we go through what was on the news today was an 8% reduction, the largest in 20 years. So we're going to start to see that, and I do understand that California is trailing the rest of the nation in the property market. We had two months now of consumer confidence down. So I guess what I'm talking about is we may still have this, it's gone like this, but then we're going to start to see, because a new little thing here, we saw about 19,000 residential properties changing ownership. If we have a great deal that change ownership with reductions, we could see a pretty good slowdown going next year. And I don't mean slowdown. I know that there could be some. People still add their decks and they still add this, but we know also this government requires to do exactly the same thing we did this year. Next year is going to require a whole lot of money. So it doesn't leave us much extra income, right?
And don't, well, of course, how you use it, that's your discretion, and that's, your charge to do. What will happen, and certainly, obviously, we'll watch it very closely and pay a lot of attention to the cycles of 07. So basically, my next workload, the budget I'm going to be coming to you and will be asked to approve soon, is based upon the work that I start July 1st, which is, in effect, all of the activity of 07. So the thing to keep in mind is interest rates and employment. Those are really the dominating impacts on what's ahead for us in the real estate market. As I always have been, T-bills are still somewhere in the 5.5% range. Amazingly wonderful interest rates if you look at the long-term picture. So those are always issues. And but I would say that because of the momentum of this role, it's really quite a stable revenue source for counties, because the largest part of it will just get a 2% add-on. So even if you have 19,000 properties that have some reduction of 5%, 7% or whatever, it's not going to overcome the other. Plus, there are going to be a certain number of properties that are new construction and new changes of ownership that have increases in assessed value based upon that. So that will overcome the declines in terms of absolute number changes.
Well, it's good to have the information. I know from how we look at it, we have to make sure we look far out into the future. And as Supervisor Foy was saying, we can see some trends right now. So while we're looking at it being positive in '06, we have to make sure that we keep it as balanced as we can, realizing that it's not going to remain that way.
I'm not trying to imply you don't want to show caution on your spending.
Right, and I'm just pointing out we're coming from different perspectives. And Supervisor Bennett, you had a comment too?
The information is helpful. Thank you.
Yes.
You're welcome.
All right. We actually did have that item to some extent, and we'll now go on to our next item, and this is item number 24, sorry. And this is regarding rent on fee schedule for our county parks. Hi.
Morning, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Johnson. Paul said we weren't going to be back and do anything with a rent and fee back in February, but unfortunately I have to ask for an amendment to be approved for removing Exhibit A from the rent and fee schedule, which was the Oak Park lease property exhibit that established the rent and fees for Oak Park. The county is taking back over that park for operations from the leasee, and we have to absorb those rent and fees into the base instruction.
And I point out, this is not Oak Park Community in District 2.
No, it's not.
Just sounds like it when
Yes,
you look
it does.
at it. We've got more than one Oak Park in our county. Okay. Do we have any comments, questions, or a motion? We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, that passes. No, it's a park. District 4. Thank you, and that does pass unanimously. Now we'll go on to item 25. This is an item I've brought forward on the Tierra Rajada Greenbelt. We presently have a Greenbelt agreement between the cities of Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, and Moore Park and the county of Ventura, and we have that in your packet. The basis for the agreement and the ordinances that we do have in the county on greenbelts is to have a policy of non-urbanization and also non-annexation. That's the basis of these greenbelt ordinances and agreements that we have throughout the county. Our county does have it in our policies to look at our greenbelts and wherever possible to take those agreements and make them into ordinances where they can be enforceable. Right now, we have a lot of interest in the Tierra Rajada Valley, both in terms of development potential, but also in a lot of agencies and entities looking at doing some preservation actions. The Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, the National Park Service, the Reagan Library are all looking at trying to, and the Nature Conservancy are all looking at doing some preservation of lands near the Reagan Library, and also to protect some wildlife corridor areas and looking at some trails potential. I think the Nature Conservancy right now is looking at a Ronald Reagan Legacy Trail, and also in preserving those lands so that we can have that trail that would take us to his ranch in the Santa Monica Mountains. So that is a really neat potential. We also have actions right now before LAFCO to have portions of the Tierra Rajada Valley sphere of influence change so that the city of Simi Valley could have the Reagan Library and some adjacent land in its sphere of influence. That would be an annexation or a move towards annexation. And when it came to LAFCO put off that action until we could have a better look at the Greenbelt Agreement. It is required that before you do any kind of annexation that you look at these Greenbelt Agreements, and we have one in place that says you shouldn't be annexing. I think the emphasis of everyone involved, even the city of Simi Valley, is to see that the lands around the Reagan Library are protected. And I think that there is the potential to allow for the annexation, but still keep that area in the Greenbelt, which is a rather unique way of going about it, but the whole idea that everyone wants to protect the area around the Reagan Library lends itself to being kept in the Greenbelt. We have an opportunity, I think. We're going to have to look at the Greenbelt anyway with Simi Valley's request for changing its sphere of influence and down the line annexing the library. So we're going to have to look at it anyway. I think it's a good opportunity to look at how we can strengthen it. At LAFCO, one of the LAFCO commissioners, George Lang, had said that he thought that this was a really good move to try to get an ordinance there, to try to get it enforceable and have this land better protected. Janice Parvin, who's a council member from Moorpark, who was sitting on LAFCO that day, also commented about how when she was a planning commissioner, the frustration that they would have that it isn't an enforceable agreement. And indeed, it is just a handshake agreement. And we're hoping, or I'm hoping, to see that we can make it into an ordinance. It also gives us an opportunity. In terms of making it an ordinance, it would basically take what we have in place now as agreement and make it into an ordinance. But we also have the opportunity to include other things in that ordinance that could help us, both in terms of protecting that land around the Reagan Library. It's something that could be incorporated. We also have in the Tierra Hada Valley a particular use, a driving range that has these almost like airport type lighting at night, which is not which is rather a blight in the evening there. So if we can also put in this ordinance agreement that we have not allow new uses to have this high intensity lighting, that also would be a benefit. So those are two things we could look at. Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy and other entities are also looking at preserving some of the wildlife culverts and corridors there. To acknowledge that they are there, I think, would also be a potential thing to include. At LAFCO, the discussion, something else that could be included in the ordinance is the recognition of that Ronald Reagan Legacy Trail, if it's in that far along, that we can incorporate that too. So there's a lot of opportunities. I'm not dictating what should or should not be in an ordinance, only that we have the chance to put all the cities together in the county and discuss putting that ordinance together. So what I've come forward with is a two-step proposal. One is just to go ahead and approve our county sitting down at the table and initiating some meetings with the 3 East County cities, again, Simi, Thousand Oaks, and Moorpark. If the cities are interested in drafting an ordinance, that's going to take some staff time and money, and I'm hoping that the cities will share in those costs if we get to that point, and I'm really hopeful that we will. I know that the citizens, many of the council members want to see that land protected. It's not only valuable for its wildlife resources, its agriculture, its open space resources, but it also is a buffer against sprawl, as many of the greenbelts are throughout our county. So I think that is something that is shared by the citizenry, and I'm hoping that it will be expressed by the elected officials in actually making this an ordinance. So with that, I'm open for questions, but what I'll be looking at are the recommendations before us, which is to approve beginning those meetings for, it will cost up to $8,000 depending on how far they go. And then if there is that support, then to come back to the board with a cost-sharing agreement to actually get into the drafting of those agreements.
Just have a question. You mentioned LAFCO, and I missed it somehow, but is there something before LAFCO?
Yeah, the city of Simi Valley wants to bring the Reagan Library and I think a parcel of, is it, roughly about 80 acres, I think, also into the sphere of influence of the city of Simi. So they're looking at bringing in the Reagan Library and adjoining land into the city of Simi. And it makes a lot of sense in the sense that they're already servicing the library. They already take care of the road up there, which is in the unincorporated county, but they're doing that. They provide some police services, so, and water and sewer to, I think, 3 houses that have been built near there also. So it makes sense from a LAFCO perspective because they're already providing services there. And so LAFCO wanted to wait and find out about this greenbelt, because they would have to amend the greenbelt agreement to do it. Are there any other questions, Supervisor Flynn? Supervisor Floyd?
Yeah, I've got some. I appreciate your comments and what you're trying to do. I know that we do already have an agreement in that area, as you talked about. It's a handshake agreement that we've been living with for I don't know how many years, and there's some things already going on there. but that's based on trust. We also have the guidelines for orderly development in those areas, so we have some control on what that development is. Also talking with the Reagan, they do want to annex that in the city, and the city would like to do that. I think the city of Simi Valley already puts that on there, you know, as the Reagan in there. But the Reagan has already said that they are willing to put in their deed on the property anything that needs to be done to ensure there's no development, because they don't want any development on that property either. So they want that 80 acres. As a matter of fact, they would really like to buy a few hundred acres around there and have that whole thing. So when you look out the plain, out of that pavilion, you're not going to see any kind of housing at all anyway. So they're working to do that, and they would like to even buy property all the way down to Terre Haute Road. So I think that we would have some of those same things. But on the other side of this, besides cost to do this, I just been talking with some of the other city council people from Simi, the mayor, and then also from Thousand Oaks, and they really don't have much interest in doing this at all, because also they don't. The problem with this becomes an issue for them is you have to have 4/5 vote from us up here at the board, from each city, Simi, Moore Park, and Thousand Oaks, to make a decision. And what that does is it does take away all their rights. And I don't know why we would want to give up rights in the county, and we'd have to depend on Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, and Moore Park to decide if we wanted to do anything or what rights we would have there. So that it would be pretty restrictive in that sense. It has been, I drive by that area all the time, have property down in that area myself, so everybody needs to know that. And there's a lot of parcels, and a lot of them are nice. There's some beautiful 20, 40, 50, 100-acre parcels around there. There's a couple 100-acre parcels that people have done some really nice work with when you drive by there. It's a beautiful area. I'm not sure we need to do a whole lot. I do agree with the traffic lights. I mean, not traffic lights, but the airport lights is what it looks like. I can stand on my hill and see those. Look, it's already got the lighting. It'd be cheap to do. We've just widened the freeway there. So, but I do think that I don't know if that would be approved again anyway. I think there would be some from all of us up here. We'd allow that kind of a thing to go in there. But what is nice about that area is it is wide open spaces. There's a golf course up that's left, a lot of acreage green and a lot of the hills. It's an area it's been done. But again, bringing cities together is not the end of the world to try to do this. But I've talked to 8 of the council people myself that don't have interest, and I'd hate to see us go through all this without them having interest. And I know there's some in Moore Park that have some. I think that part of their interest is mainly comes into we don't want to see any more of those kind of lights, and I don't think that was going to happen anyway. So those are my comments that I appreciate Supervisor Parks wanting to try to make this open space, and it is. And the city of Simi Valley, if the libraries annexed in, has agreed that they would like to do that too, because it is a wonderful place that we all want to do it, and we know that the Reagan themselves want to do that. I think they're going to put that in their own deed without any questions. They don't want any development on that property. So those are my comments.
Supervisor Long?
Having brought forward the first Greenbelt Agreement by ordinance years ago with the city of Fillmore, it really was with full cooperation of the city of Fillmore. They wanted to do that. We agreed on the terms and conditions of the ordinance, and it really was to make it tough to change the Greenbelt. So when the conditions and identified uses were agreed upon by 2 parties at that point, just us and the city of Fillmore, then we reached agreement and we adopted the ordinance. And we did that because we felt that the handshake agreement hadn't always held solid in other greenbelts. My request would be that if there's some preliminary, sounds to me like there has yet to be some preliminary discussion, dialogue with the leadership of the 2 cities in your jurisdiction and Supervisor Parks' jurisdiction to even see if there's worth moving forward with this. Knowing that the intent, the other case where there was a change in Greenbelt agreement between Ventura and Santa Paula, they chose not to do it by ordinance because they couldn't reach agreement. And the whole intent of the ordinances by ordinance is that you have to have that agreement. So I feel I'm not sure where to agree with this or go forward with it, other than to say if the 2 supervisors wish to at least have the formal discussion with the city leaders, it may either go forward or may be no interest to expend any further staff time or dollars or interest on it. I was not at the LAFCO meeting. I'm not sure why this would hold up the LAFCO question with the CME library, other than I know that LAFCO honors as policy, not as law, honors the green belts. So I guess I'm at a disadvantage in not having been there, Supervisor Parks.
It's interesting, actually, when you read the ordinance itself, which is in here, the only agency that really has anything to do with some kind of enforcement, if you will, with the green belt agreement is LAFCO. But what the concern of LAFCO was is just you would have to amend the green belt agreement because it is in the green belt, and to annex the library, you have to amend it. And that this change in the sphere was a step towards amending was a step towards annexation. So they wanted to first look at the issue of the greenbelt, not necessarily the ordinance, but just the issue of the greenbelt agreement. And if that has to be changed, we need to have that all on our plate.
Okay.
It is actually tonight on the City of Thousand Oaks agenda to have a 2-member council team to join if we want to have those discussions. I've been partnering with Mayor Hunter from Moore Park, who's very interested in seeing this become an ordinance, as well as, I guess, 3 of their city council members. And I've talked with almost every council member in the Simi Valley and the city manager, who never told me no. But as far as the issue of the 4/5 vote, that again, that is something that it can be included in the ordinance. It doesn't have to be in the ordinance. It could be a 3/5 vote. So I think we have to go in here with an open mind. Do the cities even want to come to the table? They've never had the opportunity before. Now this kind of brings us to the table because of what Simi Valley is doing with the Reagan Library. But also while we're there, I'm saying instead of just an agreement, let's move towards ordinance. If there is support for that, then we can bring it back here for some cost sharing to actually do that ordinance. But what I'm doing is just requesting right now that we approve the meetings with the East County cities and see if there's support for the ordinance. And if there is, then we'll come back to the board.
By doing this, would this preempt Simi Valley's initiative to get the Reagan Library into the city, or how?
No, I don't think so at all. Like I was saying, my thought is it could stay in the green belt and they can still annex.
If Thousand Oaks then has this on their thing tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Should we just hold this off and let them, because it requires all the cities to be involved.
They're doing it because of my bringing it here before the Board of Supervisors. They don't meet that often, so that if we go ahead and agree to this, they can have 2. And I would recommend, too, that we as a board, pick 2, and I think we'd probably be the most likely since it involves both of our districts. Mm-hmm. So
right, but I'm just saying, but if they have 4 people on the board say, no, we're not interested, then it just stops the whole thing.
Then you're done.
There's nothing we can do because it needs all the cities to have that. So shouldn't we just, before we do anything here, maybe we just put this off and see what they do tonight?
That depends. My feeling is if we put it forward, the cities will come. And if they don't come, they've made a statement they don't want the ordinance. But I think we need to put it forward.
Are we going to incur any cost to do that if we do that, though? To have a meeting? Or because of...
Well, obviously...
Well, I know there's
together a meeting
$8,000.
isn't very costly.
Right.
And that's if we start bringing out the GIS maps and all this kind of stuff. We can have added costs, but by no means is it going to exceed $8,000 just to put the cities together. I know bringing the Reagan Library to the table, letting all these other groups from the Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District, Costco, and others also come and be a part of it, I think is helpful too.
No, I don't want to stop. If the people want to do it, that's fine. Like I said, I've just asked, and they didn't have any interest at all. But
So perhaps a procedural question is the other 2 cities would also have to agendize it and make a determination whether they wish to come to the table and designate members. So by us saying this today, we're just saying, okay, let's see what the other cities say. So it's a conceptual movement. And if at what point then the 3 partners in this, the 3 cities say, yes, we want to at least come to the table, and here's our designated representatives, then would you propose it come back here? Because then we would be incurring some costs.
Well, right now I'm asking for up to $8,000, and that's to work in the assumption that they all come to the table.
And where would that 8,000 come from?
That would come from our general fund contingency. If they don't come to the table, it doesn't come from anywhere because we won't need
Right,
it. So it's
right.
just, if we were going to do it, we're going to put the initial cost outlay to get the cities together. And at that point, if they decide they want to go forward, that would be when I come back to the board and ask for a cost sharing agreement. I think the city should pay part of the costs. So that's my motion is recommendation 1, and then 2, if they do decide they support a Greenbelt ordinance, to come back.
I just want to address the one question you raised, which is, should we hold off until Thousand Oaks votes tonight, or should we go? My sense is, given the fact that we're the ones that initiated this initial request, if we hold off today, I think that could potentially be interpreted at Thousand Oaks to not go. If the county doesn't really want to do this or whatever, I think that the more appropriate thing would be, since we've initiated this, for us to say we're willing to do this. If they vote no, it's not going to happen, and then it's over with. But I'm afraid we'd send the wrong message if we voted no today with them voting tonight on the agenda.
No, and I understand where you come from. I'd hate to incur a whole lot of costs, go through a lot if all of a sudden tonight they say something. So we're not, by going forward, we're not asking to do anything that's going to incur us any cost as of right now, because we know this won't happen. The meeting won't be set up for weeks, right? Most likely.
Yeah, well, this again is looking at up to $8,000 if we do end up at the table and in
That's what I'm saying. But
discussions.
if we don't get to the table, we shouldn't incur any costs.
Right, exactly. There
So
will be
because
no
CME can
costs.
put it on their agenda, and Thousand Oaks already has it on their agenda, so we may know this.
And
that's
so I
fine.
get to initiate the beginning, if this is supported, I would expect that staff would be, or, I'd be happy to write a letter requesting that they form a 2-member committee and come to the table.
Well, I think if we wrote it that way, I'd have a problem with that. Why wouldn't we just have it, see if they want to do this? Because
Okay.
you're going to ask, then you're going to require them to do something.
No, I can't require anything. It would be certainly always cordial in asking.
All right. So go ahead and make another motion that doesn't.
I'll go ahead and move items,
Let's just
the
move it.
recommendation on the report, which is to approve the meetings, and if there's support, to come back again for drafting of an ordinance, funding for drafting of an ordinance. Ms. Cohen?
Supervisor Parks, if you're moving forward with that recommendation and you suggested the funding would come from contingency, we'd need a 4/5 vote from this board to reduce contingency and increase appropriations somewhere.
Thank you.
At some point.
Okay, we
It
have a
depends on
motion
how
and a
she words the
second.
ordinance.
Okay, so let's make sure that we word this that doesn't have any financial impact right now.
Okay.
If I might, perhaps a third recommendation would be that the general fund contingency allocation will be allocated at what point that all parties agree to form this table. That's as formal as you need to make it. So.
All right, I'll include that in the motion, and the second, include that in his second, yes. Okay.
Well, it requires 4/5 vote, but it also requires you telling me where to put the contingency money in which budget unit.
Planning would be doing it, RMA.
RMA.
Okay.
A motion is second. Any objections? This is just to come to the table if they're interested.
But I'm going to vote against it.
Okay. Seeing one opposition, the motion passed 4/5. All right, that is our second 10:30 item, and we can go now back to the item on the Ethics Commission, or on the,
26.
is that right? Do we have item 26? That's an 11 a.m. Okay, oh, I'm sorry. So let's go ahead and do the 11 a.m. since that's where we are in our time. And this has been revised a couple of times, and this is Supervisor Foy.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Today, I have before us a measure that would limit supervisors here to a 3 4-year terms, and require a full 4-year term before they could be eligible again. And what that means is that my goal in this is to take what I call a Jeffersonian mentality to government. I'm out doing my work, the old Jefferson mentality. I'm on the farm. I see a problem in government, I want to come and I want to help solve it. I think I have the abilities and capabilities to come in and help through that. And it goes back to the words I hear a lot here is good government. And that's what I'm looking for here today, is the ability for us to come in, say we see an issue, want to come back and help solve some of those issues. And there is a term, sometimes we see it in term limits that we have now. And do most people believe in term limits? The recent polls I have is most residents believe term limits are a good thing. In 07, recently, that was at 62%. But over the last few years, what has it been? In 04, it was 61. In 05, it was 57. In 06, it was 60%. So majority of the people do believe in term limits. And this is a nonpartisan poll. If you get partisan, it changes dramatically. We also see a move here in this state to allow our legislators to increase their term limits, and that move is opposed by 72% of the residents in Southern California on a recent poll. So at the end of March, there was another poll by the Public Policy Institute of California that confirmed term limits. The law remains popular with voters almost 2-to-1. So we see that happening here. I think there's an opportunity for us to continue what we're seeing in a lot of other counties. 8 counties have already voted term limits in. And it goes back to us, what we're doing here on this today is not us saying that we're going to have term limits or not. All we're talking about is putting it on the ballot to allow the people their choice. We don't have that choice. It's the people's choice. And I think my colleagues here who do believe, we all believe in good government, and we believe the people have the choice to do these kind of things. And I think it's important. But one of the things that when people ask, okay, why do you have this where people can come back? Because I don't believe that term limits should be a situation where people are out of government forever. It really means that we give people the opportunity to do what they've done. And I believe in 3 terms, because as I've gotten involved with this business here, there's a lot to learn. There is a lot to learn, and some of the problems we have with term limits in Sacramento now, that they are very short, and people just have a very short time to learn the program. I know that our distinguished supervisor here spends a lot of time in Sacramento. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to do. And so I think we need to have enough time. People can put through initiatives, take their new energies and efforts, and get things done here. So I believe it's important. The other thing with that, too, is that with campaigns and things, incumbency is a very difficult thing to overcome. And I think people need to have the opportunity during certain times when there is a supervisor stepping out, other people come back in. But with the ability to sit out 4 years, that supervisor has the right to come back in and serve another three terms at 4 years, another 12 years. So I believe it's an opportunity for us to give the voters the chance to let them vote on what is very popular here in California now and is starting to push across the states. We're seeing this here in Southern California. We have a lot of counties already. LA County just recently put their term limits in too. So that's what I'm proposing today, and I would have any questions or any comments?
Yes, Supervisor Bennett?
Number one, I'd be happy to second your motion if you make it as a motion. 2, I commend you for bringing this forward. You talk about a good government. I think this is good government, and so I support this. How you have that. Actually, the only thing I just want to point out is what's here is the question, the consideration of when do we have the election. And right now you have the wording you said, consideration, schedule a county election for consideration by the electorate at the discretion of the board. I think I would suggest that, in 2008 is when we have our general elections, but I would suggest that something like this should go to the broadest range of people possible. So I would recommend the November 2008 election. You have the largest number of people involved in that election. That would be more appropriate than going with either the presidential primary in February, which is going to be narrowly focused, and then or the June primary. So if you're interested in making that part of the motion, I'd be very supportive of this going forward with that addition.
Supervisor Flynn, we do have a motion and a
By
second.
voting in favor, it's kind of difficult for me to, in that I've been on the board 30 years. I can see the headlines. 30-year supervisor votes for term limits. That would be That would be difficult, you know. I would need all the strength that you have. You're in good shape just to protect me on that. But this is not doing anything but putting it on a ballot and let the people decide. Okay.
Any other comments?
Just a question. I agree, with putting it on the ballot. I think the voters should decide. I generally don't agree with term limits, just because I do go to Sacramento, and I think it has just created a lot of dysfunction. But I think in Sacramento, in the case of our state leadership, it's more a matter of the terms of the office they hold. By having it to 2-year terms, they are constantly running for re-election. And that, I think, is a disservice. And I also think, as we've experienced, that it also shortens their vision, that they don't always want to take on the tough issues that sometimes take years to work through for the solutions of the bureaucracy to make it work the way it should for the people they represent. But that's another side. I do believe at the local level, because we have daily contact with our constituency, that generally people will say, you know, if you're not doing a good job, they certainly let you know immediately. But I do think it's a good idea to put it on the ballot. My question would be, if it goes to a ballot measure, is it prospective from the vote of the electorate, or can we draft the language that it ties into the date you proposed, which is January of 2009? I guess I don't know the answer to that question.
I think it's real clear what you put on the ballot says when the date's going to be. It's not from the election. I confirm it. If what you put on the ballot are the dates that Mr. Foy has in here, then that's what holds.
There's not a question of being retroactive.
Correct, and it counts. Yes, right.
That's
Right.
okay.
And one of my goals was that we would, not that we all make selfish decisions, but we would really, you know, have the opportunity to let the people make their decisions and do that. So, but I do agree with you on the side of what happens in Sacramento. People running for election, they do have that, they miss that opportunity to want to work through the tough issues. And I think that that's important. What's nice about four-year terms, I think you can do that, and we're talking three election cycles. It does give people a long time to work with, and I think that's important. But going back to yours, Supervisor Bennett, I agree that November 8th, I think, is the best. We should give the broadest group of people the opportunity to vote. I think that's it. And I'd make a motion to include that November 8th in this, too. Okay?
I also support the motion, and maybe some of the cities will do the same. I'd like to see this continue to some of the cities. Supervisor Flynn?
What does it take, 4 votes for this?
No, I don't think so.
3? I'm going, so that I'm not going to be called a hypocrite or anything like that, I'm just going to abstain. Not that will protect me,
No.
but at least give some protection.
Okay, did you want to say more?
I was going to say that no, I won't make it.
Okay. Stop by your head. Huh? Okay, we have a motion and a second, and we have a card. So we'll hold off on that motion vote until we hear from, actually have 2 cards. But Carol Dean, why don't you go first?
How much time do I have left?
1 minute, 5 seconds, starting now.
Are you going to give me any extra time?
I do not give extra time.
Huh?
No.
You need your mouth washed out with soap.
Because of that 2-letter word, no?
I support putting it on the ballot and let the people decide, because Mr. Foy is a fresh face and a fresh air. Let's get rid of some of the staleness.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Spady.
Good morning. I'm David Spady. I live in Camarillo, and I'm here to ask you to support this ordinance and giving the people the right to decide on term limits for county supervisors. I support term limits for 2 primary reasons. First, because I firmly believe that citizen government is fundamental to our representative democracy, and this differentiates between those who choose a career in government and those who choose to represent the people as their elected official. And what this basically boils down to is a situation where the longer someone stays in office and becomes that career politician, the further they become removed from the people they represent. And I believe that people are best represented by those who are closest to the real world and closest to the private sector. And those who have real world experience and govern from that experience are going to make decisions that truly represent the best interests of the public. There's a University of California Irvine professor, I think, really sums this situation up well. And although the issues you bring up with experience and all are certainly a factor, there's the other factor of this, which is that separation between the public and those who represent them. He says, whereas representative government aspires to maintain a proximity of sympathy and interest between representative and represented, professionalism creates authority, autonomy, and hierarchy, distancing the expert from the client. Though this distance may be necessary and functional for lawyers, nurses, physicians, accountants, and social scientists, the qualities and characteristics associated with being a professional legislator run counter to the supposed goals of a representative democracy. Professionalism encourages an independence of ambition, judgment, and behavior that is squarely at odds with the inherent dependent nature of representative government. It is a documented fact that the longer people serve in the legislature, the bigger spenders and regulators they become. That is just as true of conservatives as it is of liberals. It is also understandable. Legislators are surrounded at work and socially by people whose jobs are to spend other people's money and regulate their lives. It is the unusual individual, although such people do exist, who is not subtly but surely affected by that culture. The second reason I support term limits is the competitive nature of elections. You all know that when there's an open seat, there's far more people that participate in the process, the media pays more attention, and that's because you have a level playing field. A level playing field you don't have when you have an incumbent that has the advantages of name ID, experience, and ability to raise money. And that's especially compounded in a county like Ventura, where due to strict campaign contribution limits, the universe of those who can run and effectively level the playing field with an incumbent come down to those who can personally fund their own campaigns and are wealthy enough to outspend an incumbent. So for those reasons, I support term limits and hope that you will at least give the voters a chance to decide on this important issue. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. That ends our public comments. We'll reinstate the motion and the second on the table. And Supervisor Flynn, you wanted to comment? Okay.
You understand the reason.
Okay, and then we have no objections but one abstention, and that's Supervisor Flynn, and that passes.
Title of the ordinance.
Please read.
An ordinance of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors regarding term limits for members of Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. When that comes back, this will come back to us in a second reading, is that correct? Yes, and we'll have some cost figures for that too, if we may. Thank you. All right, and we'll go on to our next item then. And we did skip item 36, so I'd like to go to that if there's no objection at this time. Item 36 is the regarding adoption of an ordinance, code amendments to our campaign finance reform ordinance. And this would be also reading in title only. I know Ms. Tompkins is here for this.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. Mr. Johnston, Del Tompkins with the County Executive Office. At the board's request, this item combines a number of proposed amendments to the Campaign Finance Reform Ordinance that was presented last week as two separate items. We've now consolidated all of those proposed amendments into one document for today's first reading. It would then be continued to May 8th for final adoption, and the changes would be effective 30 days later on June 7th. Attachment A to the board letter contains a summary listing all of the proposed amendments that you considered last week.
The second reading is when?
May 8th. And then the amendments would become effective 30 days after that, which would be June 7th.
Okay, so if we put off this meeting, or this, if we put this off or continue it, we're going to miss that deadline?
Correct.
All right, we have it before us, and I also want to turn it over to two supervisors who have added a list of other things they'd like to include. I have a list also, so I'll go after they do. And we have a card. Would you not like to hear the discussion first? Let's first have the discussion at the board. Supervisor Flynn, did you have some
Well, yes, you have a letter in front of you, April 23rd, 2007, and let me just go to my thoughts and recommendations in my own language, and the language of the attorney is on the next page. And one is either forbid rollovers or allow campaign fundraising to begin with time restrictions, without time restrictions, I'm sorry. There should be no time restriction before nor after a campaign concludes. Sometimes campaign experience debt after a campaign concludes. 2, the commission members should disclose the name, subject matter of anyone ex parte who communicates with them on a specific matter where a campaign or candidate has been accused of a wrongdoing or violation of the ordinance. This is number 2. Then number 3, no complaint should be filed 3 weeks before an election. This will help curb political abuse of the ordinance. 4, full cost of each case should be published, and for public information, wording should be in the ordinance. And number 5, of course, the full cost of the ordinance implementation will be in the budget. So there's not necessary to put that into the ordinance. So the first 4, I recommend changes. And then if you look at the next page, the attorney, Matt Smith, put what I've identified as amendments, he put them into this language that you see on the next page. I was informed by county council that this would qualify for an urgency ordinance, and he showed me the reasons. So it's kind of debatable whether to take these up at this time, and because it will extend for another week the hearing process. So that's kind of the question also that has to be considered.
Madam Chair?
How about if we do go ahead and comment on what you think Supervisor Flynn has proposed?
Okay.
If there's questions or comments on that?
Well, my question was, I didn't hear clearly what you said, Supervisor, as to County Council's review of whether it qualifies for an urgency ordinance.
Okay.
That it does or doesn't.
Okay. Good. Will you?
I'd be happy to respond. Thank you, Supervisor Long. Supervisor Flynn thought it might be advisable to propose this be adopted as an urgency ordinance, which would take effect immediately upon the board's approval. The reason being that June 3rd is the start of this campaign cycle. This does not, however, qualify under the statute as an urgency ordinance, which has to be one that affects public health, safety, and welfare, and for which the board would make findings that it is urgently necessary to the public health, safety, and welfare that it be adopted immediately. And so the campaign finance ordinance, in my opinion, does not qualify for urgency treatment. Your board can, however, since this is the first reading, change any of the language that you would like to change today, if you would like to do so in the proposed ordinance, and then continue it for final adoption at the second reading on May 8th. So you do have the choice, if you choose to today, to change language in the proposed ordinance.
Just one comment, then the ordinance would take effect on June 8th.
June 7th, actually.
June 7th, okay. So that would be allowable then, June 7th.
Yes, I would like to mention one other thing. Supervisor Flynn mentioned Matt Smith, who is here with us on the dais. Matt has worked long and hard over the last week to assist supervisors in preparing language. He's the expert on the campaign ordinance and will respond to questions regarding the proposed language.
Supervisor Long?
Well, I guess I do have a question about if we don't meet the date that is 12 months out from the election by a couple of days, that's okay, versus if we don't meet it for a month after the 12 months out because we want more work done on this? Am I making that question clear?
I believe so. What will happen is simply that the rules currently in effect will remain in effect until June 7th. And on June 7th, the new rules, if you adopt them, will take effect on that day.
Okay. Do you have some questions, Supervisor Foy?
On this table for each of
Yes.
Yes, on some of this, some of the things I guess we could, Noel, Matt, you could tell us is that if some of these things have no effect on the front part of the campaign, which is raising money, limits, and all those kind of things, we can deal with that at a later time, right? Okay, so that it doesn't affect everybody running.
That's correct. The things, for example, the limits for a contributor, for example, obviously will have an effect. On June 6th, a contributor will be able to donate in accordance with the limits currently in effect. But on June 7th, if your board votes to change those limits and increase them, then the amount would go up.
Explain it, if I may just,
Yes,
when you
Supervisor
explain it
Flynn.
like that, it seems like it's not a huge problem then.
I don't believe if there were a huge problem that would result, we would have raised that in the board's discussions, yes.
If I may, I got these at the dais. These weren't faxed to my office. And no one, I don't think, in the public has seen, not just yours, but Supervisor Foy, and together there's several different changes that want to be made. I have a few, but my thoughts were that the reason really why we're here is we want to make this a tight ordinance, and so it can't be challenged. And we saw some weaknesses, and so to me, we need to move forward and make this ordinance as strong as we can. So my thoughts would be that we would, address what we have today before us that's been sitting in our packet and that we've worked on, come back after we can get the input from the public and others on the changes requested by Supervisor Foy, Supervisor Flynn, and then mine, which I'll mention later, and bring them back as one package and also I understand from my last meeting, watching the Campaign Ethics Commission, they have changes. So we have at least 4 different entities all wanting to make changes on top of what we have here, and I don't think we should be trying to draft changes in a hurry here, but we have had these other ones before us before. In regards to Supervisor Flynn's comments or suggestions, okay. When I ran the first time, my opponent had $1 million debt from his previous campaign, and it concerned me that he could be elected, be sitting on the dais, and be receiving contributions to fill that debt, which to me was and that $1 million came out of his own pocket. So it gave me real concern about the potential for corruption when you can be, while you're sitting there making decisions, taking money from applicants, developers, and such. So I have a concern with your first one, or the item regarding not having an end date to when you can continue to collect contributions. I guess that would be there should be no time restrictions before or after a campaign concludes. And I think it is important to have an end to the campaign and not to have a continuing debt that you can always solicit funds for while you're making decisions. I have concerns about that. Regarding the not allowing to have complaints filed in the last 3 weeks before an election, that was another one of yours. To me, that's, in the last few weeks of the election, is often when you see the most dirty part of a campaign. And when you have someone who...
I have that experience.
All right, and so if you say that you can't file a complaint in those last 3 weeks, you are almost exempting those people that are doing illegal activity to attack your campaign, essentially. They're spending money, they're not disclosing, and there's nothing you can do. You can't even file a complaint against them. I think that this would be a mistake. I think we should be able to file, and we should be constitutionally have a right to always file a complaint and not have any period of time when that's excluded. So I have trouble with that one also. But I just throwing those out. I think the others that you have are worthy of discussion, and I really feel, like I mentioned before, that the public should have the ability to get a copy of this and to also give their comments. Shall we go to Supervisor Foy? I know
Yeah, not on the stuff I did, but going back to your comment in regards to we're trying to tighten this up. But if we go along with what was done without the comments from Supervisor Flynn and myself, we did make other changes that weren't there just to tighten things up. We increased limits, we did some other things. So we've done some of that already. So it's kind of a little bit of some of the tightening, but we've also gone into some of these other things. So I think we could spend a little bit of time. And the other thing I'd hate to do is I'd hate to put it in a situation where we had this effective on June 6th or 7th, whatever we're saying that date is, and then all of a sudden a month or 2 or 3 into it, oh, we changed limits, we changed this. It may be, because then all of a sudden, am I going to go back to a contributor and do this, or I can't do, I would hate to make that confusion. I'd rather have us try to work through this as quickly as much as we can. And then some of the other stuff, that's why I said in the back, we could work the back end a little bit that doesn't have quite as much effect, because I think we could talk about limits. We can talk about, maybe different things that we have on here. I know in my own piece, there's not a lot. I tried to incorporate already in what the 2 supervisors had already written, and then just added some changes on some limits and a few other things there. That's all. Try to make it as simple as possible for County Council also to do it. And then what Supervisor Flynn has a couple of little things that may be able to do, but some of that may be back in when you're talking about that. So,
would you be up for then kind of going over what it is that you're recommending be changed?
Let me do that real quick, because if I was to pull out in this, yes. You probably do. It's hard to find all these copies. Roberta's given us. Roberta. We're going to have to, as I get older, you're going to have to start typing in larger font. So, well, what I have here in section, we opened that first page of the ordinance and tried to follow the ordinances. What I just put in there was we changed the spending limits from I think it's our 169,000 or whatever it was, or 50,000 to 175,000. Move this up a little bit to make it, because again, as I think one of our speakers had said, we get limitations, and it's very difficult for an average person to do something with an incumbent. So I wanted to see us move that limit up a little bit, not a whole lot, not a whole lot. The other thing is that I also, if you look at 1265C here, where there would be a 5% increase in that amount. So it automatically has some type of COLA that increases as elections get more expensive, instead of always having to come here and discuss, the difference. If you look at that's a 5%. The other thing is going back to, I think what's Supervisor Bennett said before, under 1266, acceptance of expenditure limits. If we're trying to encourage expenditure limits, let's make it as appetizing as possible. We cut those fees out for the candidate to put their candidate statement in and everything else. Try to make that a little less expensive up front for a person to be involved. And
so
then,
I'm sorry, that would apply just to people who are self-funded?
No. It applies to people that are taking their expenditure limits.
So some of the candidates would not have to pay their candidate statement fee?
Yeah, if you make an agreement that, okay, I'll take expenditure limits. It's just another incentive to try to move people into what I think we were trying to do earlier. As you move down to 1267, that's half of what I'm asking in 1268, which is $1,000 for not taking the expenditure limits, which basically in 1268 we're saying change that from the 600 or the 700 we just asked up to 2,000 to try to make that a little bit more palatable. I know the state limits are 3,500 for state legislators now, but and I'd rather see us go into that standpoint, but it may not be something we all can to agree on. So I made a push here for a $2,000 limit, which does make it a lot easier for somebody who's new to come in. As again, our speaker had said there, that when you're incumbency, you have a whole lot of people, you know a lot of people out there, you have a lot more opportunity to get contributions. So a person who says, I have a smaller group of people, maybe can give me a little bit more money, helps me in my opportunity to run for office. So, yeah.
Could you turn your mic on?
Yeah. I want to make sure I understand. Sure. On both pages, your changes are underlined then? Like
yes,
in 2000?
yes, they're underlined. And that's why I had County Council and that had put those in there so that we could see it and read it right inside here. And again, going back down, we see all these changes, contributions to candidate committees. It's all that $2,000 limit. I know there's going to be some issues in regards to aggregation and control committees and non-control committees. But again, going through here, the $2,000 is what the number that runs through we had before. The other thing, if you go a couple more pages back to 1273 in B, which was to increase that loan from $20,000 to $50,000 for somebody who wants to say, I want to run and I've got to help, again, because a lot of times you have to put your own money in self-funds, bring those loans up a little bit higher, not so they're unlimited, but a little bit higher, that people have the opportunity to put a little bit more of their own money in and to have the opportunity to get that back. I think Supervisor Parks' idea of having $1 million loan that I'm being paid back over the next 5 years may be too much, but maybe a $50,000 loan, because it does cost money. It does cost money, and I think people want to help. I know in my own case, there was people saying, I want to help you pay back your loans, but we have a limitation. You can't raise money after a certain period of time. So those are the things that I put forward here that would be effective to the front end. I would have some things, what I call on the back end, which would not affect the ability for, because we have 3 supervisors who are running for election here pretty quick, and we don't want to do anything that disrupts their ability to run. So we want to have those front end things done, and then we can work on, when you have a $50,000 loan, how long do I have to pay it back? Those are things that would happen after their elections are over and done.
So what you're talking about is back end, to use your
Yeah,
term.
I'm talking about, this is the front end stuff, which I call front end. I've talked to the county council, but I call it the front end. The things that affect them running, when they're running for office, and yourself, and the rest of it we could work on is kind of what Supervisor Parks had talked about. We could work on and go through over the next few months. That won't take effect until after the elections are all over.
A couple other things that I don't think you mentioned. You're proposing to eliminate the discussions about the contribution from an underage. Is that right? Our child less than 18 is presumed to be a contribution from the parent or guardian, and you cross that section out.
Well, I see it crossed out. I wouldn't think that would be. I think that we'd have that same issue. We'd have to use that. Wouldn't you think, Counsel? Where she talks about in 1274B.
You're proposing to eliminate it. Are you suggesting now you don't mean to eliminate it?
I don't think that would be an issue. I think if anybody under 18 would be considered giving, it would be their parents giving their money.
So we'll keep that in there as opposed to what you have.
I'm not opposing getting that out of that. Yeah, I don't know how that got. Right.
And then the changes you're proposing on page 5. I'm sorry, it is difficult because I just got it, and I've been sitting in a board meeting doing board stuff, and to be able to read this and figure out what it is.
Well, we try to keep, if you go to the next page, it goes back.
May I just ask a question about that point, though, that you just made? Maybe I didn't hear the conversation correctly, but I thought that we could make changes, but we'd have to get them in rapidly. So I had mine in, I think, to County Council Wednesday. And of course, it takes some time to put them into the language, so I understand that. But I got them in as quickly as possible, and I thought that was the concluding comments of the board entirely.
Okay.
To go ahead and try to do that.
Yeah, and again, there's a few others that I haven't gotten to in Supervisor Foy's suggestions, and some, are definitely worthy of discussion. But this is going to take some time, I think, and my preference would be this is a fluid ordinance, whether we like it or not. And we actually, when we adopted it first, we said that is the case, that we will be making changes as we experience these campaigns and seeing where there may be loopholes and how we can tighten up, which is the impetus for this to begin with. My thought would be to go through an election cycle with what we have before us, if we approve it. Take all this, and as well as the Campaign Ethics Commission, as well as the ones that I'll bring up shortly, and have them all put together in one package, let the public take a look at it, bring it back, and do it for our next election cycle. And the way life is in California, we have a lot of election cycles. So my thought would be let's move forward with the election cycle we have now. And some of these are really drastic changes, some aren't as drastic, but that we should look at them as a package. What I would like to see added, this is something I had mentioned previously also, is it's a $10 fine if you don't disclose your expenditures in a campaign. A political action committee can be formed. They can spend, as the one against me did, $60,000 and never disclose until after the election, and only get fined $10 a day. So for the extra $300, they got to remain under cover. So I think we need to make that fine larger, and that's something I'd like to look at and see if we can incorporate that. Another thing I'd like to see incorporated is that political action committees, independent expenditure committees that are quite involved in the, and they're out there spending for or against a candidate, they should also have their forms electronic on our website too. So I'd like to make sure that we can make sure that all the committees that are involved in the campaigns have their forms on the website as well as the candidates. So those are things that I'd like, but again, my thoughts is to move forward with what we have before as to what the public has had an opportunity to see, and take all the requests that are coming from us for more changes into the next election cycle. That would be my thoughts. But Supervisor Bennett.
If I could, first thing I'd like to point out is that we do reform of our campaign finance ordinance every election cycle. We've always done it. That's been the case since the thing was adopted. We've all known when the election cycle is. We all know the election cycle starts first week in June, and we knew 2 years ago when that election cycle started. So we've always said, you got changes, you need to get them out there and get them on people's radar screens so that people can comment and you can do although at our last meeting we said, we're coming up against the gun, there are so many changes here. Seeing them for the first time right now, I think that what I'm hearing from Supervisor Parks makes eminent sense. A number of these things are worthy of having some examination and debate, tweaking, and all of that other stuff. I would suggest that these be the basis for our modifications for our next election cycle. That gives us time to check out all of the various implications of these things, because there are lots of different implications, and it gives us time to be able to do that. So that's not to say that they're all bad ideas or anything else, but they're, from a timeliness standpoint, if there was a slight, one sentence change or something, but there is so much here. So that's one point I'd like to make. The other point, Supervisor Foy, when you had mentioned that not everything we did was to tighten the ordinance up. Taking the campaign contributions from 600 to 700 as loosening the ordinance, I think, is inaccurate. We actually are doing that to keep the ordinance legal. So it's actually tightening the ordinance up legally. That's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make sure the ordinance stays legal. Is kind of one of the big things we did. Because if you don't adjust your limits, then you make your ordinance not legal because you're not adjusting them as the cost of living is going up. With that, I would make a comment about the expenditure limits that you have in there. We actually do have an adjustment to our expenditure limits. The difference I just see is you have it slightly higher, and you just want to do it by 5% each time rather than the consumer price index. I would offer somebody could, if we had runaway inflation, if we had inflation at 10 or 12% a year, somebody could make the case that you're not adjusting your limits to keep up with the cost of living. So that, I could welcome the ease of 5%, but maybe say 5% or the consumer price index if it's, just to protect yourself legally. But those would be the kind of things that are worthy of examination, but that would all take more time. When I've spent a lot of time working on campaign finance reform ever since the 90s at the city of Ventura. Bob Stern's probably one of the most knowledgeable and informed people in the country on campaign finance reform constantly emphasized to me, because we were always up against these deadlines when we were trying to write them. When you're trying to write these the first time, you always want more time, right? And we had all the elected officials saying we want more time or everything else. Bob Stearns just kept hammering at me. He said, do not change your campaign laws in the middle of the election cycle. He said, whatever you got at the start of your cycle, make the change after that. He's just seen all kinds of complications that get created by that, and I and I really believe that from all the other experts I talked to also. They said once you start your election cycle, you should stay with it. We have something that's good, something that could be improved, but we should look at the improvements for the next one. The most significant change that I see here is your suggestion of going from $700 to $2,000, and I would offer and the suggestion is that that's to help those people. I would offer that would be a disadvantage to people who are not connected with people who can give $2,000, and more people find themselves in that situation than people who find themselves in, yeah, I know a lot of people that can give $2,000. I have hundreds of people that contribute to me. I don't have very many people at all that could give $2,000 in that situation. So if you're looking at it from an advantage or disadvantage point of view, but that's not really how we should look at contribution limits. We should look at contribution limits from, does it create the perception that elected official will not be able to be neutral or unbiased when an item that affects that individual comes forward. And given the fact that if it's $2,000 a person, that means oftentimes the husband and the wife both give. That's $4,000 from one particular family. And $4,000 for the average citizen, I believe, does send the perception of a question as to whether the candidate would still be able to be as independent, as neutral when they are dealing with something that affects that particular individual. So I would have great difficulty with the concept of going into the 2,000, I think, and I think the citizens would have great difficulty going there. Your comment about the loans and going to 50,000 is one that I'd be very open to talking about as we start up for the next election cycle. I think that Supervisor Parks is exactly right. You don't want that to be too large, but 20,000 maybe, but I'd be willing to look at the 20,000 to some increase that allows somebody to get their campaign kick-started and started if their initial fundraising is slow. So with that, I'd be willing to make the motion in this. No, we can't. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I just want to say what kind of motion. I'd be willing to make the motion to go with what the recommended changes that Supervisor Long and I floated, combined with the County Council change of last week. In other words, the ordinance that is in front of us. In the spirit of these other items, we agendize for conversations a couple of times as we move into the next election cycle, so we have plenty of time. We do it well in advance so that people getting ready for that really know what the rules are, and they know what those rules are well before that campaign cycle actually begins.
I do have a question on that about the cycle. If we adopt simply the changes that have been before this board for a week, right, then we have a second hearing on this, which is May 8th. So 30 days from May 8th puts us into the election cycle. Am I correct?
First week in June is the start of the election cycle. And
in essence, June the 3rd starts the election cycle. So this would put us beyond the June 3rd and actually do what you say we shouldn't do. It would have simply these amendments that are in the book we've heard already. This is the second week, or next week will be the second week. Am I correct? This all puts us into the next election cycle, does it not?
Yeah, if I'd ask, Supervisor Ben, are you asking that we would do this and then move into the next election cycle, which means after the November election, then we would be looking at stuff during that year? look at, is that what you're trying, or to do nothing for the next year?
No, we don't have to wait that whole time to start.
Because you were saying, because we will be in an election cycle if we're making changes.
Well, we can make changes effective for the next election cycle. That's what I would, in other words, I would suggest that if we do this, we're into this cycle. Let's say it's next fall, all right? We're in the middle of the current election cycle. We could craft an ordinance and say, you know, this is what we want to have become effective, you know, for the next cycle. So you put the dates in terms of when it would be effective. And there are probably things that at that time we could work out with county council in terms of maybe we announced to everybody this is what we're going to do. We reach agreement in terms of what we're going to do, and they might say it's better for you to write the ordinance, you know, when this cycle's, who knows what they would say. But we would be able to publicly get all the rules out for everybody so that they would know. And so that as we go into the cycle that would affect the races of districts 2 and 4, you could know a year and a half in advance what the rules would be or what we agreed to.
May I have an answer, though, to the question? These would take effect, the amendments before us in the packet would take effect on June the 7th, which is after, by a few days, however, but after the election cycle starts. Am I correct?
If your board has the second reading on May 8th, yes, the ordinance would take effect on June 7th, 4 days after the commencement of the election cycle. I should add that your board could have a special meeting if you chose. If you wished to make the ordinance effective on June 3rd, the commencement of the cycle, you could have a board meeting 30 days before June 3rd if that caused you any problem. As I mentioned before, we don't see a legal problem with changing the rules on June 7th.
And I might point out that it wasn't until fairly recently that we found out we weren't going to have a board meeting on May 1. If we had our board meeting on May 1, this was scheduled to make it just at the start of the election cycle because it would have been taking effect.
I just think that your
May.
point about the election cycle, Mr. Bennett, is you're contradicting what you said, because the amendments we have before us start after the election cycle begins.
So Supervisor Flynn, I guess it is a matter of how long after the election cycle any changes should be made, and I do agree. The quicker we can do it, the better it is. Particularly when you're trying. The main goal is to make sure that we have a ordinance that can be held up in court of law. I was reading over the different items. There's also an item on here about a controlled committee of a county candidate. You've eliminated the part that would preclude one committee from giving to another committee or making an independent expenditure for another committee, and I think that's something that we need to look at closely too. Because I can see if you're in the middle of an election and one committee is doing really well and they may win, they can then take their money and help another candidate. And I just want to make, through independent expenditures, which means they can spend far more than the contribution limit. So I want to make sure that we vet this well. I'm also thinking we may find with this next election cycle, since we'll be more than candidates on the ballot, we'll have term limits on the ballot. We may also want to be then looking at, as we go through that and see how it works out, whether there's some other wording we want to put in here about the combining of campaigns also. So there's a lot to look at, and it is a fluid ordinance. So right now we'll go ahead and go to the public comment cards. I have 3. Dan Goodwin, followed by Rob Roy, and then C.D. Williams.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable members of the board. I gave Roberta a copy of a couple of thoughts I had. Actually, I have a number of thoughts. It's quite interesting hearing the discussion so far, and I thought just to keep it simple, mine really more are kind of on the ethics side as opposed to campaign limits, and although I think Mr. Foy has some good suggestions, especially when I look at it from a county-wide. My district, in effect, is 5 supervisor districts, so there's a lot of people to reach if I have a contested election. But the first one, I'd heard last week a little bit of discussion, some concern about, discussion, and this has come to a little bit like out of some of the words I saw in Mr. Flynn's comments. in the, where I'm suggesting that there be no ex parte communication between candidates or candidate representatives and members of the Ethics Commission or their council. And where that comes to mind, the Assessment Appeals Board is another institution that has sort of a judicial point of view, kind of like a commission. I don't even speak to Deputy County Counsel, who represents the Appeals Board. Out of good ethics, I don't speak to the board members on the Assessment Appeals Board. If I should see them at a social function, I mean, we could talk about fishing, talk about weather a little bit, but I won't bring up anything, and I'm not to bring up anything regarding an assessment appeal issue. And in fact, even with the Deputy County Counsel, if I think he ought to be doing some things different or advising his board differently, I don't speak to that Deputy County Counsel. I could go to Mr. Klebaum and bring up a concern. So I thought, the same rule of no ex parte communication might be a good one for you to consider. It'll kind of help you be separated from any of the suggestion that, maybe somebody's talking more than somebody else, and how do you report all of who said what. If you just make the rule there is no such communication allowed, you're cleared out. And I think it's also a good way to show respect to our Ethics Commission, that we would have that kind of rule. The second one has to do with the cost of this commission. Of course, the public deserves to really know what is anything we do cost. They deserve to know what's the assessor's budget, what's what am I doing, what does it cost. And so there's a lot of indirect costs that go into anything. And I kind of started thinking as an appraisal. If I'm appraising a new construction of a hotel building, besides the direct costs for concrete and steel, there's a lot of indirect costs, permits and planning and architectural work and all engineering. All those indirect costs are part of the costs. And so I, just to make it simple, gave you a little summary of some notes there that, obviously County Council has a lot of indirect costs. The CEO's office has a lot of indirect costs. The elections office and others, clerk of the board has some. So an accounting, if you were to do an accounting once a year of those costs, compile them for the public, I think it'll add to the openness and the good government thing, probably be a real positive. You have so many things to consider today. Actually, I did make out a list of about 7 things that I thought would be worth considering sometime, but a lot of mine don't have to be today. I'd encourage you on one thing. It's always difficult when we're under time pressure. There's the tyranny of the urgent thing. And is it better to do it right, or is it better to do it fast? And so we're always facing those kind of tensions. And to the point you're able to pull together the most important ones for now, I'd encourage you to do a good job. I know you all do your best. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you. So we've got another country heard from. That between the Ethics Commission and the supervisors and Mr. Goodwin, we have several potential changes we can make. Rob Roy?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parks and members of the board and Mr. Johnson. Just a few comments this morning. Our trade association has a general business pack. It's a sponsored pack, which means only the members of our agricultural association contribute into it. It's recognized by the state of California. And it's to be distinguished from a candidate-controlled committee or independent committees that are established specifically for the purpose of opposing or supporting a particular candidate, which I think is really the focus of this intended ordinance. We're talking about the candidate-controlled committees, and the independent committees are basically supporting or opposing candidates. And the reason why I say that is a while back we received a notification from the county that we were in violation of some 24-hour reporting requirement, and basically we had reached some $10,000 threshold, and I pointed out to county council, and they agreed with me that we were a state-sponsored, general-sponsored committee. We were not formed specifically to support or oppose a particular candidate, and therefore we were not covered by this particular provision of the ordinance. And so that raised in my mind the fact that, there may be some room in here for distinguishing between the various types of committees. I think that, in a sense, this particular ordinance may be a little overly broad as it relates to general business packs like ours, where only contributions are coming in from the members of that organization. And the reason why I raise that is for concerns, because Obviously, under the existing language of the ordinance, our members are limited to $600 contributions. We're limited to $600 contributions to a candidate. As you know, there are a few cases winding through the court, and I support delay in this process because I think there's a court decision that's going to come out of the Ninth Circuit, and I know, Mr. Bennett, you and I have had a discussion about this in the county council, and I think that we have a different opinion as to how it's going to be decided, but we think it may come out and support the City of Irvine versus Lincoln Club proposition. But if it does, then it's going to bear directly upon what I'm talking about today as it relates to my PAC. And so the existing provisions of your ordinance could have a chilling effect upon our PAC's ability to make contributions or receive contributions or be required to segregate contributions per se. Another aspect of this ordinance that we are concerned about is that because of the existence of 68, 69, and 70, I think are the three pertinent provisions, there's a tremendous administrative burden placed upon our PAC to ascertain whether a particular member has made a direct contribution to a political candidate after they have made a contribution to our PAC, or in turn, we make a contribution to a particular candidate under circumstances where one of our members had made a general contribution to our PAC a year earlier. And that's the confusion here, because I have had many people, and I'm talking about people up here in the days, that have basically told me, I can't accept a contribution from you, or I don't want to get in trouble with the Ethics Committee. So therefore, they're chilling the ability of our PAC to make a legitimate contribution and participate in the political process. So that's a real concern to us, because we don't know under the circumstances, without doing some type of investigation, whether or not we've exceeded or our individual has exceeded the specific provisions of this particular statute. So, excuse me, that really creates a problem for us. And I think, once again, it points out the fact that if you have a specific independent expenditure committee that has been formed to oppose someone or support someone, that person's in the know. They're receiving contributions. They know where that money is going in that particular election, whether it's going to support someone or oppose somebody. They can make that distinction as to whether or not they're meeting or exceeding those particular goals. When you relate those rules to a general purpose PAC like ours, you're imposing a chilling effect upon our ability to deal with the contributions that come in and our ability to make constitutions in violation of the First Amendment. And I think there are cases out there right now that are moving through the courts that are directly on point. And in fact, there are probably 5 or 6 cases with similar language that you have in the statute that have been struck down throughout the state. Another area that we're concerned about, and you and I, Supervisor Bennett, have had discussions with this. I understand the purpose behind aggregation, but I wanted to throw this out because, and give you a hypothetical. Let's say we have grower A who's a family farmer and has 1,000 acres. And for purposes of the family, they divide it into 4 different farming operations. They could be 4 separate corporations or 4 separate LLCs. They're operated by different members of the family. And because of the nature of families, they may retain a position on the board or whatever. Under this particular statute or this ordinance, a person owning parcel A, or that company A, could make one $600 contribution. Because they are involved in some meaningful way with the other 3 companies, those companies cannot make another contribution in there. I understand the rationale behind that, but I would submit that lower families out there are not creating these corporations or LLCs so they can contribute another $600 or another $1,200 to the campaign.
We have exceeded by a minute.
Okay. Can I just wrap up? Since I waited all morning for you.
You did. And I have you summed up.
Yes. All right. One last comment, and that is that I would agree with Supervisor Foy about increasing the limits. I just don't think that raising them up is going to promote a situation where people are beholding to someone because of their vote. If that's the case, then every state elected official in this county, every congressional elected official who gets $3,200 or whatever the maximum limit is would be subject to that charge.
Okay. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Carol Dean Williams.
Carol Dean Williams, Supervisor Foy, this is the moment of truth. I need you to ask me a question under the rules that will give me more time because I am the expert on this ordinance. I have it all right here, and I have numbers. There is a partial budgeted amount of $140,000. That is only a partial. No one else knows how much. So, Supervisor Foy, I have respected you. If you will respect me now and ask me a question so I can at least give some points here on all the information I have, I will greatly appreciate that. And one of the things that should be in the ordinance is at least one of you board members or two of you should be mandatory to attend those commission hearings. That commission is the most stupidity.
Your time is up, Mr. Williams. Thank you for your comments. It's your prerogative, Supervisor Foy.
Tell me, what's the $140,000?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Foy. You're the money man.
Because what is it? Are you asking?
Okay, let me answer. Okay. Attorney Wuscher, 2004, 2005, $20,000. 3 times 0506. See, I'm all excited. I get to talk a little bit now. 0506, another $20,000. Wuscher, 0607, another $20,000. Hardy, $40,000, 0607. Steele, 0607, another $40,000.
So that's just the attorney's cost so far?
Yes, that's why I said partial.
And it has nothing to do with county council?
No, has nothing to do with no one else, just $140,000, and it was my legwork and the courtesy of certain officials that I was able to obtain that when nobody else can.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate the information. Thanks for the
Thank you for your question.
Ask a question, though. What does it represent, the $140,000 it represents?
That represents outside counsel, period. Wuscher, Hardy, and Steele, counsel and investigators.
That's why I so much appreciate that one section of the proposed change that would make it so that an attorney decides what's probable cause, so you don't have them going off for several cases that have no violation of the law and exceeding that budget. Let's go back then to council.
Are you going to commend me for bringing that forward?
Thank you for bringing that forward.
Thank you.
Let me just say one thing. That was budgeted amount, not the actual.
That's what I said, budgeted.
So do we know, Dell, how much we spent?
No, you don't know how much you spent.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. We'll go to staff now if you'd like to ask a question of staff, Mr. Foy, and you may have a seat.
Since you brought that up, do we know exactly where we're at so far?
We've actually been invoiced by Mr. Wutcher once for approximately $18,000, and that was in 0405. And current year, he has not yet submitted an invoice for his time. We've received, I believe, about $20,000 in invoices between the two investigators to date.
So we have almost $38,000 so far, but we have $140,000 budgeted. But we have a few more sitting out there waiting to be
correct.
Paid.
And I might point out that may not be for 1 year. That may be
it sounds like
years.
all these
may
years.
be
correct.
Because the 0405 goes back to the previous.
That's
election.
right.
And I think what Mr. Williams gave us.
We're talking about from the inception of the ordinance forward,
which may be very.
Are we tracking our internal costs from the DA from the county council to the CEO's office? Are we doing that?
To be honest with you, I do not know if the district attorney is tracking his costs, or I did make a request of elections to try to give us a guesstimate, and most of that was in response to Mr. Foy, your request for the report on the different commissions and committees. So we are trying to pull together some guesstimates of time. Most of the time, I would say, is cyclical in nature. As the election cycles come through and the complaints are filed, then we have a lot of activity. And we happen to have a lot of activity at the moment because of the number of complaints that were filed in the last election. But I believe that as soon as those are finished and completed, then, the level will drop off again.
Okay, but I think it goes back to Mr. Goodwin's thing that public should probably know what it's costing us. I think it's a good idea.
Thank you. Back to board discussion on the item before us, Supervisor Bennett, and then Supervisor Flynn.
I just want to point one thing out. A wonderful afternoon for me would be to sit there and have a debate with Mr. Roy about campaign finance and some kind of thing. I mean, I really do enjoy some of the things that you bring up and stuff. I'd just like to make these points sort of in response, and also, quite frankly, in respect for some of the issues that you're bringing up. Some of them are worth talking about. The question is, what's the solution? The first one, though, that's most important is, if you strip everything else about campaign finance reform out, the one thing that is at the heart of campaign finance reform that everybody, I think, virtually agrees to is the public has the right to know where the money's coming from for any message that's put out there in a campaign. And so when you talk about your frustration with people contributing, and then you have to go through the pain of the frustration of the paperwork and all of that other stuff. That may be a frustration for organizations, but if you compare that to the multiple ways that people can hide money by funneling it through organization after organization, you see that happening. The public, I think no question, the public's right to know where the money's coming from trumps that inconvenience that people may have. I'm more than open to talk about ways to streamline, make that work. And for example, you said you may inadvertently take a check and not realize that it was a violation. I would offer to you that it is not a violation if you take a check and you don't know about it. We specifically spent quite a bit of time with the best lawyers in the country and Matt Smith and our county council saying, what can we do to make sure that isn't? And the actual words in the ordinance are willful and knowing violation. But Matt Smith being one of the best lawyers in the county. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it that way. But we did. We spent a lot of time. And it was a willful and knowing violation. So if you inadvertently took the check and then somebody points out a month later, 2 months later, you took that check and that's a violation because that person has already funneled the money some other way or gotten the money some other way. All you have to do is return the check. There's no violation. It's written into the ordinance so you can do that. So my point is a good faith effort was made to try to balance the inconvenience for organizations and the possibility that organizations could make a mistake with the public's very legitimate right to know where the money's coming from. Your comment about independent expenditure committees versus a general business PAC, a legitimate one. The question I would ask that we'd have to work out if we wanted to make that is, people with campaign finance are masters of finding loopholes. Because we just legally we've kind of written those in. What could we do to keep people who really are forming just as an independent expenditure committee for this particular campaign, what can we do to keep them from becoming a general business PAC and then getting around that? Come up with a way for that, and I'd certainly be willing to talk about that. The final thing that I would offer is if you wanted to go to higher contribution limits, and some people would say that, I would offer that if you went to the public and you put what contribution limits do you want to have on the ballot, they certainly wouldn't be choosing $2,000 over $700. I don't think there's any question out there with regard to that. But legitimate issues that you bring up, happy to talk about them more, but it's not all about, it's a combination of the inconvenience or problems that it may cause people in terms of keeping track versus the public's right to know where all that money is coming from. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Foy?
To address some of yours, but that one issue you just talked about where somebody makes a contribution, somebody else makes a contribution, and it's more than, and you return it, I got hit with that we returned it as soon as we found out, and it just went before the ethics board, and the ethics board voted that it was a violation.
Voted that it was?
That it was 2-2 split. Voted it was. And so what you're saying here, I think there's confusion in this, and I think it makes it very difficult for what Mr. Roy was talking about. there. The other thing I think from what his comment too is on a general purpose PAC. I mean, that PAC is doing a whole lot of other things. And I think it becomes very difficult when he might have had somebody that contributed a year ago to their PAC about something that had nothing to do with the campaign. They were working on something else that had to do with their industry or whatever else. But because he makes a contribution to some supervisor, then they get dinged for that. That becomes a problem when that person was contributing for that purpose and now they have a different purpose. Versus, I agree with you on maybe on the other ones, the other different committees that were just set up to support a candidate or go against a candidate. I think that's different. So I do think we have to find something out that works for that, because it does limit what they're trying to do and what that whole PAC, their whole purpose and PAC is set up to do.
Happy to talk about that.
Right, yeah, I think
Something else to put into our
Yes.
bag of things to come back with. Supervisor Long?
Actually,
Oh, I'm
Supervisor
sorry.
Long.
I didn't see your light.
You always look to your left, okay?
Okay, look left.
Anything that you do. Okay. There are a couple of items that I suggested as changes that maybe the commission itself could adopt as policies. Let me ask the question. Number 2, as I presented, commission members should disclose the name, subject matter of anyone who communicates with them on a specific matter. And then I even like your suggestion, Mr. Assessor, better, and that would be no ex parte communication between candidates or candidate representatives and members of the Ethics Commission or their council. Could that be simply adopted by the commission as a policy they would follow?
Yes, Supervisor. In fact, the Ethics Commission does have a similar policy in existence already on ex parte communications as part of their operating procedures. And though they're not quite as broad as what you have proposed or what Mr. Goodwin has proposed, but those procedures for the commission itself could easily be changed by the commission to increase the scope of them.
Okay, so that sounds pretty good to me. And then I have another one, in number 4, in my language, not Matt's language. Number 4, full cost of each case should be published for public information. Wording, I put should be in the ordinance, but could not the commission adopt that policy without it becoming part of the ordinance?
The commission probably could not instruct staff to aggregate all costs associated with the ordinance. That direction would have to come from your board, but it doesn't have to be a part of the ordinance. It could be a simple motion at any time to instruct staff to do that.
Okay, that sounds pretty good. The issue of the change, as I see it in Section 1271 on the amendment page, attachment A, disclosure of spending by non-participating candidates reduced from 75 to 25%, the point at which non-participating candidates' expenditures release participating candidates from voluntary expenditure limit. My question is this: does this gut? I'll do it. Ask the chair. Do you feel this guts the ordinance?
Yes. When you asked this last week, my question is: do you agree with the 25% or the sub?
Well, that's not answering my question. My question is this: does it gut the ordinance?
I don't think it guts the ordinance. I think there are some things on our dais that do gut it, but this isn't one of them. And I would think that you want some ability there. So it sounds to me that you're opposed to.
That's a pretty well. That's another matter, whether I believe it or not. I'm asking you.
Well, no, I don't think it guts it.
Okay, your answer: it doesn't gut it.
And I also would ask, do you support it?
Well, that's another. We haven't started voting yet. Are you asking me to vote for it? Let's go on. You know, we talk about full disclosure. If you go onto the web page of the county for individual financial reports from candidates, the name of the contributor is listed, but not the address. Wouldn't it be better wouldn't it be an additional information for the public to have the address included with the name of the company or person giving the contribution?
I think the Privacy Act is why they started taking that off. Is that right? Maybe County Council can answer that. Do you know? When it's on the internet, you don't have people's addresses.
This specific question hasn't been addressed to us so far as I know, but I would presume, as you do, Chair Parks, that certainly in the interests of privacy of members of the public that we would not post addresses.
Mike, I'm not finished yet.
I just want to help.
No, I'm not finished yet. Oh. If this is a problem as far as the web page is concerned, then why shouldn't it be a problem when a person comes to the elections office? That person can get a copy of the campaign statement with the addresses included.
I think the issue is the internet.
Internet, yeah.
Yes, it's not on the internet, but you can pick it up at the office.
Yeah, so that takes away that argument of privacy or whatever argument you were using, because you can get the address.
Do you know the answer, Supervisor Bennett?
I do participate. I see Phil Schmidt back in the back nodding his head, so Phil, you can nod with me if you want as we do this. But when they first actually were creating it, they actually were putting the addresses on there. But as they researched all of the other places that have electronic filing, they all found that that because it's on the internet like that and you're putting people's addresses on there, it's a greater chance for abuse of all of those addresses. So the other organizations that do electronic filing where they only put the name down, and it is specifically because it's on the internet. But when it comes to the hard copy, people can come in and get that because there's less opportunity for the abuse. I quite frankly don't feel strongly one way or the other, but that is an appropriate decision made by I think our clerk of the board when he set up the electronic filing and stuff. So anyway, that's the answer to the question.
Well, it's not the answer to my question, because if you can get it hard copy, then it seems to contradict what you just said. I mean, the public can have it if it comes after.
And this is certainly something else
anyway,
that we can consider. It's
yeah.
not. It's
I would like that considered.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just ask a question of the council. There is a limit on how much a candidate can spend. That limit has gone up a little bit with the amendments. How much is that limit?
The limit, there's a voluntary expenditure limit, which is currently, I believe, $150,000, which is then adjusted by the clerk, the county clerk's office, the elections division, in every odd year for inflation.
But there's a limit on how much a candidate can spend, but there's not a limit on how much a candidate can raise. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's no limit on the total amount that a candidate may raise.
So it seems to me, if that's the case, then the candidate who chooses elects to follow the ordinance with the limits and all of that. The candidate could end up the election with a surplus. Then the surplus could be rolled over to the next election. And that seems to defeat, in my view, the level playing field. Because if I raise $250,000, but I only spend the limit, $150,000, it's going up a little bit, then I have $100,000 in my hands, in the bank, earning interest that I could put towards my next election. I'll really be old then, by the way. My next election. And the level playing field doesn't exist because I will have $100,000 to spend. My opponent starts on June the 3rd with $0 to spend. Am I correct, Mr. Counsel?
You're correct that that scenario could happen, yes.
And that's a reason, Madam Chair, for my first...
I think they make great points, and that these things should be considered.
No, consider, but I think today, I think it's important that we level the playing field for the next election. Because there are incumbents who are sitting up here. I think I'm one of them, that may have $1,000, can roll that over into the next election. That simply is not fair. The law of fairness is violated because I will have $1,000 collected for my next election on June the 3rd. Doesn't that make a little sense to you, my concern?
$700, if that's the limit.
I don't think you're following it.
Okay.
There is one of us up here who has, I think, close to 100,000 to roll over to the next election. Is that fair? Is that fair? My question, is that fair? No.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Long.
There's been lots of good discussion. And I think when we headed down this road, the first campaign ordinance that we brought forward, we all knew that it was going to be a living document in the sense of the experience that the different rotations of candidates went through with the ordinance. And as a result of that, we have made changes, and we've got changes offered here today, and we've had lots of good discussion about some other changes that should be made. But I think one of the fairness questions is to, as quickly as possible, have something that we can adopt and move on so that the next cycle, the rules are very clear and understood, and everybody operates under them. So I, even after hearing all the good discussion today, and there are some good suggested changes that I think one need to have further review and discussion and comment, more importantly out into the public, for the public to be able to review and comment on. I want to just, one thing that I have had numerous conversations with Mr. Roy over on the general business PAC as a state-sponsored PAC that was not formed for or against a candidate. I think we do need to correct that in our ordinance, because I think it is a bookkeeping nightmare for those associations who are there doing lots of good things in statewide and locally that are more business related and not campaign for or against related. So just to comment on that one, but I don't want to at this point comment on everything brought forward by the other two supervisors, because I think that they warrant more discussion, review by legal counsel, and public review for comment. So in the interest of moving this, I would like to put forward that we read an ordinance in title only, what is before us on our agenda as brought forward, and that we take all of the comments and discussion points that the supervisors have brought forward, and we either set a date and say, you know, we will start working on this again in July, and we'll start working on this, but knowing that it will not be put into effect until the next election cycle. Because I think you need to have the rules spelled out very clearly. Even though it may be, you know, a couple days behind that June 3rd date as a result of our calendaring, the more you push that out, the more you disadvantage, I think, potential candidates out there. So
I'd second that. I might suggest that next fall might be a good time to have a first conversation and be able to
start
follow
working
it up
on it
again
early.
in the spring.
Myself to your comments.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Supervisor Foy?
I can go along with that. I mean, from a personal standpoint, I like to make these things personal. It has no effect on me because I'm not running for election. But I just think it's good government that we get all these things worked out. I'd hate to push it too far into the fall, but maybe if we could say by September 1st or something, that first we'll start to bring, we have some time with county council to start doing this. The only thing I would have that, because again, it affects the different elections coming up, but I think what you brought up again is this general purpose PAC. I wonder if that can be worked out, because we know they're different than a typical PAC. I wonder if there's something we can exclude in this, and even if we could say within our next meeting we could have something worked out with that. We could do it. It may not take effect until another week or two after, but that would give those different type of organizations, because what you said is they're out doing a whole lot of other business that has nothing to do with elections, and I think they should have that right to do that. I don't want to stop them.
I think it needs to come back because, one, we need to find a mechanism that could do it and make sure it's legal. But even though it's an accounting nightmare perhaps for them, they could still run a $30,000 campaign and we want to make sure that it's not done with people throwing in $10,000 contributions or whatever for that. So I would just like to be able to see what our options are, and I don't think it's something that we're going to be able to decide and change in the middle of the campaign, quite frankly. And I have to say that there are a lot of suggestions here that have a lot of merit, so I just want to make sure that we coordinate and we're careful with what we do. We need to look at the whole ordinance together.
I appreciate the spirit of the request.
Yeah.
My gut says there are, after spending a lot of time working on it, my gut says it's not something that in the next week we're going to get worked out. There are just too many different loopholes that it opens up going that way. And so I'm willing to talk, but
But are you looking at it? We'll just move the whole thing into the next election cycle.
That's my sense.
You can try an amendment to the motion.
But we could always bring it up a little bit later if we had to. If
You
there was
can
some
always
way, if
bring
there's
it
some
back.
way to bring it, and we worked
Find
it
it.
out with the
Find
different
it, and
PACs
if you
like
work
that,
it
we could
out,
work it out. We
right.
could always bring it
Right.
and just move it into this election. Okay, I just don't want to eliminate that because I think the other ones have to do with more all candidate issues, but yeah, I just don't want to be in a situation.
Right.
Okay, I can go along with the motion then.
Okay.
Are there any objections to the motion?
But I think I'm going to object
Okay.
to the section 1271 A and C and attachment A, and that is reduced from 75% to 25%. I think in the spirit of the ordinance, that really guts the ordinance, in my view. And if you've got a gutted ordinance and you have people working very, very hard to keep track of all the expenditures and contributions, as my wife does, the spirit is lost to that section. I see it.
Can I just ask you something about that? The way I read this, but just to see that we both understand the same thing of what this calls for, this to me is someone who says, I'm not doing any expenditure limits, and then goes out there and spends a whole bunch of money. You have to wait until they've already gotten to, a quarter away from the maximum expenditure before you're released from it. And that may be near the end, but that's what you understand this to be, and you don't think it should be lowered. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we understood it. Okay, so we have the motion second, and we have one objection to the motion.
Let me answer that.
Yes.
Because that may not be a bad situation, because when you think about it, where's most of your campaign money spent?
Near the end
The
of
last time. So that's going to come up there anyway, isn't it? So, I mean, he may have a good point, the Supervisor Flynn may have a good point on that, that is, maybe what we're saying here is, because somebody could spend 25% of their amount in the first 6 months, well, all of a sudden, that person who didn't take expenditure is disadvantaged because they're only collecting half. They're only able to collect half. But you who, another candidate, would be able to, all of a sudden, within 5 months, 6 months, for the 4 months, let's say, oh, I don't have to do it, but I get to collect twice as much money. So I'm just wondering if that seems too low to me, and I think that's a good point. Not that maybe it could be lower than 75% to do it, but maybe 25% makes it just too low, that person really is disadvantaged.
Okay.
It's a good point.
Quick response, legitimate issue to talk about next time when we go around. But you started off by saying most of the money is spent at the end, which is, so it's unlikely that somebody's going to go to 25% early. They're going to go to 25% towards the end. But the problem is, because most of the money is spent at the end, the candidate who's doing what we're trying to do with the ordinance, which is encourage people to voluntarily accept the limits, is disadvantaged if they don't get released until 12 days before the election. We all know it's pretty difficult to figure out how to handle the ability to spend more money in the last 12 days in that situation. So anyway, that's.
But was there a way to maybe adjust that to maybe 50% to be somewhere where it's reasonable? I mean, I could go along with that. Could you go along with 50%?
I'd go along with talking about a change of this when we do all the others at this point in time. Yeah, that'd be my sense, right?
Yeah, because then I may not be able to go along with the motion, because
I'm sitting here thinking, what is 25%? It's 25% of 170,000.
150, 160,000.
So about 60.
25% of 175.
So it's someone who spends
Is that what the new one is?
$60,000 roughly. Is that about it?
How much?
It's about 60,000. Is that about 25%?
No,
I don't have
it'd
my
be about
calculator.
40,000.
40,000.
40,000. See, I mean, because you could do one mailing or two mailings right within, you'd be right there instantly.
And then all
That's why
expenditure limits are off.
Remember, this is a candidate who has said, I'm not taking the expenditure limits. They're intending to go over the expenditure limits. That's why they did that. So if you've got a candidate, I mean, the ideal is both candidates, all the candidates, accept the expenditure limits. Then everybody knows they're in the same sort of expenditure category. If somebody says, I'm not going to accept the expenditure limits, then then they're sort of saying, I'm going to go over. So the question just is, how long do you hold the other candidates to that?
All right. And this is just to expenditures. It's not to, the contribution limits don't change. So while I may be hamstrung because my opponent is going to be spending, $400,000, I can now spend that amount also, even though I'm limited to my contribution.
But you have to raise it in $700 contributions.
Yeah.
So
But the difference is your opponent, though, was only in $350 contributions. So he's already disadvantaged, or she's already disadvantaged.
I guess this is just what this is a disincentive to not participate. Is that right? If you participate, you agree to an expenditure limit, this isn't a problem. So this is just another disincentive to not participate with expenditure limits.
I don't think it works.
We do have a motion in a
Does
second.
it have to go forth?
Do you want?
One more comment. What we're really doing here is making this ordinance more and more complicated, and therefore more and more violations will occur innocently, and more hearings by the commission. The beauty, if I may, of the American Constitution is that it's pretty brief. It can be changed by amendments, but it's a hard process to change by amendments. And this is going to become more and more complicated. And what do you do if you're running a campaign, something becomes so complicated, you have to go out and hire a lawyer to make sure you're not going to be violating the ordinance.
Okay, this particular item, it's right now at 75%. This would be taking it to 25%.
I can help you.
We do have a motion, a second on the floor. Who is opposed to the motion that's on the floor?
I'm opposed.
You are. There's one. There's two. Are there any other objections? Hearing none, then it passes 3-2. And we will, as part of that motion, bring back a lot in Dan Goodwin's, the commission, the board, 3 members of the board had requests for changes. So we'll take all that and more probably by the time we get through and see how we can make this even better.
Madam Chair, if I could, I appreciate the discussion. I think we're better off as a result of the discussion. I appreciate the request right at the end. I have to tell you, my thought was if we say yes to that, then which other thing?
How do we open up the other things?
Where do you, why not? Yeah, why not open up the next one and then the loans?
We could have continued it to the afternoon and spent a couple more hours on it after we get through the rest of our agenda.
But we will end up with a better ordinance as a result of these conversations. We will, in the long run. It will take some time.
Madam Chair.
Yes, I want to take the Halico one next.
Oh, please. That was my request.
But before we do that, we need to have a reading of the ordinance.
Right, and then I need a clarification to the dissenting supervisors, please.
Supervisor
Is
Foy
it the
and
ordinance
Flynn.
or just the section number that?
No, I believe it's, the motion was the.
Just a motion. You're either for it or against the motion.
Yeah, we didn't break the motion up.
Okay, that's not what he said.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, title of the ordinance, amendments to an ordinance, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors repealing and reenacting Article 6, Chapter 2, Division 1 of Ventura County Ordinance Code, Section 1261, at a sec regarding local campaign finance reform. Thank you.
Great, and that motion passes 3-2. Our next item we're going to right now is on an item brought forward by Supervisor Long on Halico, and then I just want to say after that one, we're going to go into our closed session and come back and finish with the rest of the agenda items so the staff understands where we are. So at this, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Long.
And I thank you so much for pulling this up, because we do have folks who've been here all morning, and we have Lauren Bianchi of my staff has put together, just for those of you who aren't familiar with this site, a quick little PowerPoint that really shows you the Halico Engineering Company facility site. As you can see up there, as identified by the acronyms, you've got the Oxnard Industrial Drain, the Waste Disposal Area, and the Waste Management Unit, also known as the slag heap. And the facility itself is a smelter area. As you see in the board letter, it gives you the whole history on what Halico was, did, and did to us. And the reason for bringing this forward, of course, is because we've had significant support from EPA coming forward to investigate this site. You want to move ahead, Lauren? The next one is the unit looking from Ormond Beach Lagoon, which, you know, we're all committed to restoration of that wonderful resource, the whole Ormond Beach Lagoon project. As you see, you can see the slag heap from that picture. Next one. Here you see inside, and these pictures came from Robert Weiss of the EPA. This was what was the maintenance chemical storage, just a section of it, and then the process waste solids stored in the smelter. All of that has been removed by EPA. And the next slide shows you some more drums of sulfuric acid, sodium hydroxide, mechanics shop. All of these things were part of the smelting operation, but in some cases weren't taken care of within the facility the way they should have been, in the sense of even protecting potentially even the workers in that facility. Next up we have, again, the waste management unit cut showing different layers of waste process solids that have been impounded by the EPA for their testing. And on the right, the waste process solids consolidated to the site and short-term stabilization efforts by EPA. The next one, the evidence of the public access. I don't want to make a big deal out of this one, but it has been significant. That little shot of the graffiti on the right is just a sampling of the graffiti that is on that site. Some of it could be referred to as urban art. Others, I'll just say, unfortunately, it just demonstrated that there's been open, blatant trespassing on that property. So that is a great concern. Next, we've got the interface between the Nature Conservancy, the disposal area, and the wildlife. Again, you know, the lagoon is just right there. The footprint and then the historic hydrologic, and I'll probably speak well beyond what I really know here, Peter Brand, so you correct me when you come up. If we were to wave a wand and this facility were gone, there's a footprint under it of historic lagoon, I would say. Has to be. Absolutely has to be. Common sense tells you that. Next page. This is the EPA and the good work they've gone out to clean up remove any ongoing materials sitting there that are of hazardous waste. Doing the sampling that determined that the slag heap has toxic elements in it that I've identified in my letter, and basically developing the case for this to be a prime candidate for listing on the Superfund list. And the reason for bringing this forward to you is that we had to have public comment in by May 7th to the EPA. That will review and prepare the responses to all the relevant comments on the proposal to add Halico to the national priority list. In the fall, then the decision to add Halico to the list will be made if the comments are not too numerous and it bumps their schedule back some. Spring of '08 would be the decision, again based on comments, and '07-08 evaluation for early actions would also be undertaken, and then remedial investigation and feasibility study would be outlined in the timeline on that. This is the first step in what could be a long road, but the more we push and the more we engage, and this community has been engaged for decades now on this site, we can shorten that timeline with persistence and perseverance and complete engagement. As you see in my letter, I believe our position needs to be complete removal of the hazardous materials. I think many in the community do too. We cannot continue to risk or question if there is risk to the public, to the resource, to our wetlands, to our groundwater, to our ocean. So there, I brought that forward with the attached letter to be sent to the U.S. EPA agency to go on the record with our comments on the potential listing of the site. And with that, I'm done. I know we have good people who are here. Thank you, Lauren.
We have several cards. Shall we go ahead and call them?
Yeah, call them up.
While you're waiting for those speakers to come up, nice work.
Nancy Pedersen, followed by Peter Brand and Kira Redmond. Sorry to have kept you so long.
It's between
We have more.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the board. I want to thank Supervisor Long for her wonderful stewardship of Ormond. As you may have noticed, I have my Ormond Beach shirt on, and I have a native plant nursery at Ormond Point, and we are developing it as a place where children from all over the county can come to Ormond. They can see the native plants that we're growing and that we're going to be restoring into an area that was given to us by the city of Oxnard. And one of the first things that needs to be done to develop the further potential of the rest of Ormond is to remove halico. We've done small steps because that's all we can do until that's taken care of. And I really thank Supervisor Long for bringing this to you. And I really hope that you will all vote to help us restore what should be our jewel. Thank you.
After Nancy, we have Peter Brand, followed by Kira Redmond and Jean Harris.
Peter Brand with the State Coastal Conservancy, speaking in support of the item. Chairperson Parks and members of the board, I appreciate this chance to speak to you and also to get dressed up. We really appreciate our long and very, very positive relationship with the Ventura County Board of Supervisors. And it really is important to our board that our major expenditures in Ventura County are also maximized and leveraged by all of the positive actions and complementary actions that you all have taken. So I just wanted to quickly say that. And Supervisor Foy, I look forward to working with you, sir. And I should say quickly, in case you don't know who the Coastal Conservancy is, we spend somewhere between $60 and $100 million a year on the coast for acquiring and restoring it. And in Ventura County, we are not a regulatory agency. We have no power to tell people what they can and cannot do with their property. We work only with willing sellers, and we've had great success doing the Santa Clara River Parkway project, the Ventura River Parkway, also Cayugas Watershed, and the Camarillo Regional Park is another major project. And Ormond Beach, obviously the subject of this item today, we have expended approximately $25 million just only in the recent past, but we've been involved helping the city buy out the paper subdivision on the beach and other things for many years. And wetland restoration experts call that the most important wetland restoration opportunity in Southern California, and that's for a couple of different reasons, but one of which is the opportunity to restore back the extent or most of the extent of historic wetlands that are there, and this Halico area was indeed, as Supervisor Long suggested, a former major coastal lagoon on the coast of Ventura County. The history of the lagoons that used to stretch from Santa Clara River estuary down to Magoo, most of which have been filled in, is that they, kind of interesting if you look at the big industrial sites down there, the big power plant, the Reliant power plant, you look at Halico, why are they where they are? Well, that was the cheapest land they could find, was the former lagoon sites. So there's a place right smack dab in the middle of those historic sites. So that much more damage and unfortunate pre-Clean Water Act, pre-Coastal Act actions that were taken. Yes, indeed, it is surrounded. The site that we're talking about today is surrounded by wetlands and sits right on top of a former wetland, and it is common sense that you can see three different bodies of water converging on that site, going underneath it, the tidal action underneath it, the lagoon, trying to take back that area. So part of what we're doing right now is we're spending a great deal of money on a big restoration plan for not just the Halico area, but the whole area from Magoo to that spot. And yes, it would be important, very important, to be able to restore the Halico Lagoon as part of that whole process. It makes hydrologic sense, it makes biological sense, and it makes financial sense to work with nature and the way it worked before. I want to thank, in particular, the channel keeper who's here today for some of the recent work they did in further investigations of this issue with regard to the Superfund site. And we also want to thank EPA. We encourage them to come in. They've done more in the last year than a lot of regulatory agencies have been able to do before that. The Water Board, I should say, though, really stepped up in the last couple of years. But one of the things we've learned from EPA, and I should say as well from the Carpenter and Associates report, is how bad things really are out there. Every time we look into it, we realize it's worse than we thought before. And I'll just tell you a quick story of a colleague of mine who worked for the Coastal Commission many years ago. I talked to him yesterday on the phone, and he went out there and walked around the area as you should, instead of sitting at your desk to see what would happen, and walked over the Halico pile, and then came back home, and the next day he looked at his shoes, and the soles had dissolved from his shoes. It's a sort of a funny story, but a very, very sad story and a scary story to think of how bad that area has been. So we want to make sure we go on record saying that we encourage EPA to do the most complete characterization possible on this site, and also using some of their terminology to consider the most protective remedy for cleaning up the site. Funding for the cleanup is going to have to come from a variety of sources. Certainly the Superfund was created specifically for this purpose, and I'll be finishing up. But Congresswoman Capps and Senator Feinstein and Senator Boxer, we should look to them for leadership and support. They are interested. And I'll just conclude by saying that there's an element of environmental justice in this issue. This is not the wealthiest or whitest community on the coast of California. They've been putting up with this for 40 years, and nobody came to help, or people tried, but nobody was able to do anything, and here's our opportunity to help them.
Thank you, Mr. Brand. Kiera Redmond, followed by Jean Harris, and then Jerome Hopkins.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. I'm Kiera Redmond. I'm the Executive Director of Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. We are a local nonprofit organization whose mission is to protect and restore the Santa Barbara Channel and its watersheds through citizen action, education, fieldwork, and enforcement. My organization has been, one of our primary goals is to restore the area's, protect and restore the area's wetlands. Channel Keeper has been working hard for 7 years to get the site of Halico Engineering Company cleaned up. We have several constituents who live near the area. We sued Halico in 2001 for flagrant violations of the Clean Water Act and Clean Air Acts, and succeeded in getting them to recycle rather than discharge their wastewater, and to stop adding waste material to the slag pile. Then Halico filed for bankruptcy and sent our lawsuit into abeyance until they could reorganize. Well, that never happened because they violated their air pollution permit in 2004 and were forced to shut down for good. We're very pleased that EPA has finally stepped in and conducted the long-awaited site assessment that we've been asking for the last 5 years, and confirmed what we suspected all along, which is that the site is highly contaminated with metals and radionuclides and poses a substantial and imminent endangerment to public health and the environment. EPA is recommending that this site be listed on the Superfund list. My organization strongly supports this addition and urges you to lend your support through the proposed letter as well. The jury is still out, unfortunately, on the ultimate fate of the slag pile and the level of cleanup to be completed at the site. It's possible that EPA could recommend only partial cleanup by treating and then capping the massive toxic slag heap and then leaving it in place. Given the level of contamination, its proximity to the ocean and sensitive wetlands, the shallow depth to groundwater, and the level of public use of these areas, this is simply not an adequate or acceptable course of action. My organization has hired a well-reputed environmental consulting firm, Carpenter Environmental Associates, to review EPA's data, and we came to the conclusion that full removal of the waste pile and complete remediation is the only solution if the public health and the environment is to be protected. We've submitted a letter to EPA to this effect, which I've circulated to you, and we strongly support and thank you for the proposal before you to do so as well, and to urge your colleagues at our higher level, the state and congressional representatives, to do the same and to support that. The result, the residents in the area and all the residents of Ventura County who recreate in this area deserve no less than full cleanup. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jean Harris, followed by Jerome Hopkins, and then Alan Sanders.
I learned about Ormond Beach because of the damage that was done. I have seen a time when in 1 week's time football field of plants have died. And so whatever was leaking in at that time was so serious. Unfortunately, I haven't seen Kathy's letter, but I think it's very important that it be completely removed carefully, because I can see them removing it across the salt marsh and damaging it with trucks going across, and I think it's very serious. Put an adverb in there or something to make sure that they do remove it completely. And the Superfund will have a lot of competition, but look what we did with LNG. If we get organized, we can get a lot of motion in the direction that we would wish. And I hope that you go for it.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Jerome Hopkins, followed by Alan Sanders.
Good afternoon. I'm Jerome Hopkins from Oxnard. Please support Supervisor Long's actions on this and get Halico on the listed as a Superfund site. Quite realistically, it will be our only chance to get rid of that slag heap. I don't see any other way it'll ever go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's nice to see it come this far. Alan Sanders.
Good afternoon, Chair Parks, and to the board. My name is Alan Sanders. I'm here today representing the Sierra Club and Ormond Beach Observers. The letter that has been prepared is really outstanding, and I think everyone who's interested in Ormond Beach really appreciates the work that Supervisor Long put into this, because it really covers everything that needs to be said. In all likelihood, EPA will list this site to its national priorities list. But that's not what's important. We really need to get rid of the slag heap, and by containing the language which is offered, which recommends complete removal, I think it makes it clear that the Board of Supervisors, the community, all of us really want to accentuate to EPA that that's the direction they should go in. And I think there's a little more that I could say other than when it comes to the money, Ormond is doing quite well in competing with other sites throughout the state. You heard Mr. Brand express opinion on how valuable this place is. But we also have this problem with the slag heap. And I think it compromises our ability to compete for the funds that are out there as long as we have this eyesore, this toxic stew, which can contaminate the lagoon. So for the sake of all of the work that's been done to further restoration efforts at Ormond, we have to get rid of the slag heap. We have to be the #1 competitor in getting funds available for wetlands restoration and acquisition. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes our cards. Supervisor Long.
Yes, thank you. And thank you all for coming to speak to this and for your years of advocacy. I appreciate the Saviors Road design team. They've been working on this for years, and certainly the Sierra Club submittal and the Ormond Beach Observer and the Channel Keepers. You have been the champions on this one, and the litigation lead and the putting pressure on this operation. The board, just to let you know that the stabilization that EPA has undertaken now basically was to take the pile and push it in and develop slopes that are now 3-to-1, and to cap it with a coconut erosion control matting called core fiber, and they're going to be fencing the entire property with barbed wire and putting up no trespassing signs in languages and obviously doing the very best to to secure the property from trespassing and to secure the slag heap from further erosion. But as was said, if we don't set the goals, then we don't know what we're reaching for. Just as Matilaha Dam years ago, people said, oh, you'll never be able to do it. Well, there's been great progress made. And it's sometimes one step at a time, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but if we don't keep the goal. And so I know getting it onto a Superfund list with the other 1,500 that are on the list may be just a first step, but we've got to take it. So I'd ask for the board's support and the recommended action. Second.
Got a motion and second, and I like Mr. Sanders' comment that it will get on that Superfund list, and I hope it does. Are there any objections to the motion? Seeing none, then that passes. Thank you for coming. Sorry you had to stay so long. You know, we do have just a few items left. If we can just go through them quickly, we can then just adjourn from our closed session.
Move the recommended action on legislative position on AB 738, Strickland Bill, Lehigh Basin.
Motion and a second. Seeing no objection, that passes. We have items 42 through 45, and Mr. Britt is here if there are any questions. 42 is the ratification of the master agreement for the state-funded projects with Caltrans.
Second.
Motion is second. Seeing no objection, that passes. And 43 is the approval of plans and specifications to contract with Alliance Contracting for Phase 2 of the Trail and Rail Bed project out there.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Seeing no objection, that passes. Item 44 is approval of a contract modification to a consulting service contract on the Rancho Cumulus Trail and Rail and Trail. Motion and second. Seeing no objection, that passes. And then 45 is the award of a construction contract to Mendez Concrete for the Tapo Canyon Park improvement plans.
I got to have some questions.
Okay, we have a couple questions on that one, item 45, and we have someone here.
Afternoon, Alec Pring with Public Works Agency. Yes, sir.
I know contracts go up and stuff. This is a 52% increase in this contract. This is a big increase. What happened?
It is actually, there are 4 schedules involved in it, and the project as a whole was not too far off of the engineering estimate. Schedule 1, which is what we're recommending award on, was considerably above the estimate. Our estimate was about $550,000, and the low bidder was at $880,000.
Yeah.
There were 3 items that were in excess of our estimate: the landscaping, the electrical work, and mobilization costs. When we look at the array, though, of contracts or bids, we had 11 bidders, and they were all fairly close on Schedule 1. So we believe in our engineer's estimate that we were low in those particular areas, and that what we're recommending award on in Schedule 1 is reflective of the actual cost of the work.
So where does the money come from, for one thing, for this extra, and what else is it put on hold for something else when you have to pay $300,000 more?
Well, the money is coming from the parks budget, and I really can't speak to what internal issues there might be with the funding. I just know that GSA has found the money to do that. I apologize. I don't know if there's anybody else here from GSA that can answer that.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, great.
Yeah.
To your question, Supervisor Foy, is we will cover the additional expenses above Schedule A from what we have in grant money. We've got enough funds to cover the additional costs for the PW work and for the additional offsets. We do not have funds for Schedule 2, 3, and 4. We are attempting to look at some additional grant money and Prop 84 money to apply for to finish up those schedules. So we do have a plan for the landscaping piece of it to sometime this winter, fall time frame, to schedule out that and do it through subs, which we can probably do through in-house labor and through subs much cheaper than the bid price.
Okay. So basically, we have money to do part of it, we don't have money to do the whole thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's going to be, this was done by my predecessor, and I'm just wondering, is this something that we should put on hold till we have the money, or look at some other options, or what?
We really don't have a whole lot of options. We have Prop 12 money. It's $200,000 of Prop 12 money that has to be spent before March of '08, or it's lost money. We currently have about $150,000 in engineering costs that we can't write off yet. That's already a park hit that we can't get reimbursed until we have a project. So we really need to move forward on something. We still have Prop 40 money sitting here, but it won't be enough to even do Schedule 1.
Wow. Okay, go ahead. Ask a question.
Well, it's not in my district, so I didn't, really look at it as closely. But I guess maybe a question I would have is that under the discussion it says that this is to replace damaged facilities at the park caused by wildfires that ravaged the area in October of '03. Did we, as we always do, was there there had to have been a declaration of the wildfire, and did we try to get some monies from FEMA for the damage to the site? I don't remember the history on this.
I don't recall.
And you weren't here. So.
Teresa Lubin would have that history. We went for a double whammy here. We got the fires, and then it got hit by floods as we were planning the project rebuild, and then unfortunately, Supervisor Ford, with your predecessor, we went through a design, redesign, and now, believe it or not, we are all the way back to the original design of the park when they were back in '03, put it back together again. So there's been a lot of continuous delays, unfortunately, with this project, and the funding didn't keep up with the delays. And Teresa, you want to add on the FEMA piece?
Yeah, sure. Supervisor Long, members of the board. What happened was our insurance coverage came in, and we weren't required then to apply for FEMA funding. So we did receive some insurance settlement costs for the damage to the restroom structure, which have been added to the budget for this project and will be used to do some renovations and pay for some of the restroom repairs. So that money's been added to our overall budget, together with the park bond funds, to make up the amount that we need.
It wasn't FEMA money.
No, insurance covered it, so we're not eligible for FEMA.
Right. Can I ask you a question in regards to, once this is up and going with only partial money, because we can't do the whole thing, are we going to be able to maintain this? I mean, do we have funds to maintain it? We're not going to complete it. Is it all going to be usable?
Yes, it will be. The portions that we are doing are really the core pieces of the park. The equestrian arena, which is a big draw for that valley of folks down there. We want that equestrian arena back open. They've been really beating my doors down on that one. So that's a corner piece of it. And getting the RV portion opened up and getting the camping piece back in there is really where our revenue generation comes from. So the pieces that will be missing, the group use area, we're going to replace that with picnic tables back the way it used to be when it was originally set up until we can get funding to do the group use area. The restroom will be there. So all the infrastructure will actually be there to really support a normal park function. We just won't have the extra bells and whistles that a group use area with a concrete slab would bring and a barbecue pit to work in. We'll have individual barbecues and tables in the group area that we would normally use for the group use area. Right. But there'll be enough revenue generation. And then with the Oak Park piece that I was in here a little while ago for the rent and fee, now we have two facilities out there that will be servicing by Shistapo, which will help balance out my management piece of that East County. Now I have two facilities to send people out there for because they all leave from Soy to go out there, and the window time for round trip is quite expensive having them in the vehicle. So now I have two parks from the service, which will reduce my overhead between the two parks by just one. Right. So my overhead costs will actually go down as far as O&M.
And they can stop at Santa Rosa Park.
And then Santa Rosa, we get that one, they'll make the loop of all three. Yes, they will actually do that.
Well, because I was wondering about that, because we're really not in the parks business, right? In a sense, out in that far part of the world.
No, we're not. The only other property we have out there is Happy Camp and Rustic Golf Course is the only other park property that we have in East County.
Yeah, because I know there was a push to give that to the Rancho, was it Rancho Parks?
Rancho.
And
the
senior parks. I don't know a whole lot about that, but was that an option that was viable for them? I mean, would have done something different?
They wanted to do something completely different. Mr. Johnson sent a letter back to them for them to communicate with the GSA. To date, they have never communicated with me on their plan from the time that they sent the original letter, and the CEO responded to it.
Okay.
They want to develop like 15 acres, basically on not the piece that we have. They want to develop 15 acres of leased property that we have with the Archers, which is out where the walk quarry is out, which is going to be a real issue with the road. So it's going to be a huge transportation department issue.
That was my issue too, is we did something out there, would we be responsible as a county to fix a road because you have hundreds and hundreds of people driving there a little bit more on a regular basis?
That would be PW's
response to that. I mean, that was, because then all of a sudden you give something away and let somebody else do something, then we come back and say you're causing us problems by not improving a road. Yeah. Okay, I guess from my standpoint, I just hate the idea it's way over budget, but you're going to be able to do some things, and we're just going to wait and see what happens later if we get the rest of it done.
We'll work very diligently to get more funding to finish off all the other pieces. And this is where we're running into with a lot of, unfortunately, the tail end of the Prop 12, Prop 40 projects we have. They've just been sitting, for whatever reason, the storms and everything else have delayed those projects from being completed.
Right.
And construction costs have gone up so quickly over the last few years that we're dealing with those fallouts. We just did a major asphalt work this past summer, and the asphalt prices just caught us hugely by surprise. And the Ojai Valley Trail cost us almost 3 times more than we originally budgeted for it.
Okay.
All right, so this is item 45. Do you want to make a motion of some sort to approve or to continue? We have a motion to approve and a second. Seeing no objection, that passes. We do have one card for our correspondence agendas. Mr. Williams, you want to talk on item 47?
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. Well, I offered a solution, if you want to, or call it whatever you want to call it. This is the agenda item, Mr. Foy, for the email. Since the predecessor is no longer on the board, I simply felt that as all citizens of this county should at least have a total of 5 minutes on the agenda without disturbing public comment, which has the freedom of speech deal. And I simply asked this board to make that simple thing, because today's example, last week was another example, you just can't get it all in when you have that many items on one agenda. And I respectfully ask you to do that, and for all the right reasons.
You still have 6 seconds.
Can I carry them over?
At this point, we're going to go into closed session and adjourn. Oh, yes, do we have a motion to receive the correspondence agenda? Thank you, in a second, and that passes. Do you anticipate any announcements from closed session?
No.
Okay, then our board is going into closed session, and then from there we will stand adjourned until our May meeting. Thank you.